Hello everyone. Welcome. Now we did not. We did not in fact do the 94 DPS role quest. Melee DPS rather. So hello everyone. Welcome back to Dawntrail. Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail. We have a couple of quests to get into. We have the level 94 magic DPS quest. I did not quite get ranged DPS up there. So that's unfortunate. And I haven't even touched any of our healers lately. But we also have the level 94 tank quest and the level 94 and 96 melee DPS quests. So let's talk to Itoka here and continue our melee DPS role quests and see where these go. Itoka appears to have found a new lead. Now this is the one where the guy could transform himself, if I recall. Wonderful, you're here. Ever since the incident in the Ruby Sea, I've kept a line of communication with the Confederacy, and they just reported something you'll be interested to hear. Apparently, a man impersonating the distinguished Lord of Doma was recently exposed. One of the Lord Retainers saw through the Pretender's facade while he was attempting to stir up trouble in the Doman Enclave. The imposter then reportedly transformed into a hawk and fled. Clearly, our quarry now nests in Doma. I'd like to resume our hunt immediately, but I'm not sure where he may go after his failure in the Enclave. Do my locations come to mind? Authored? Or is that just part of Doma? I can't remember. Town in Yangxia called Namai, you say? Sounds promising. The extent of your knowledge is truly remarkable, Cassandra. Then without further ado, let's make our way there and see if the residents have noticed any unusual activity. Into Namai. Yangxia. Alright. Frickin'. I don't think I have this as a mount. I think I just have the minion. If I do have the mount, though, then I have definitely completely forgotten that I have it because frick the near raids. Seriously, yeah. I'm not even sure how one would go about getting that. I don't think I've ever seen a mount drop in the near raids. So that's interesting. I didn't even know that there was like a mount version of the near pod. So yeah, I don't appear to have it. That said, once we hit level 100, we'll have to start thinking about the possibility of picking up the Gwibbers. So, there been any quarrels of late? Why, yes, actually, just the other day. Two of us were at each other's throats over a persimmon. She only supposed to eat half, but she went and gobbled the whole thing. In the end, she purchased this one by way of apology, so I let bygones be bygones. What's that? This isn't the sort of quarrel you're speaking of. Nope. Not in the slightest. I think this is the only villain that we don't have, like, a motive for at the moment. Troubled? None that I can think of. For blessing, all has been peaceful. I see a cutscene over here. Oh, but these are just, this looks like it's just a normal thing, because they're only level 60, 66 and 67, so. By the Kami's grace, our quaint village has not seen strife since the Imperials were ousted. There has been bad news, however, of a man impersonating Lord Hien at the Enclave. As I am told, when Lord Hien voiced intentions to invade Nangxia, all present grew wary of the individual. None more so than Lady Yugiri, who saw through the farce immediately. After he was exposed, the villain fled the scene with haste. Fortunately, efforts to find him have not borne fruit. Yeah, that's unfortunately the problem, is that he can look like anyone. So finding this guy, not exactly easy. None of the residents I spoke with reported anything out of the ordinary. How did you fare? Just a couple that fought over a persimmon. It seems the villain is not here. Where might he have gone? Huh? What are you doing here? A friend of yours? Don't hang your head like we're strangers. We met just moments ago. Remember? Asked me how to reach the House of the Fierce. Oh. They're looking like me? Good grief, lass. You lost, aren't you? I can understand your embarrassment, but I'll tell you the way again. Listen carefully now. Follow the descending path leading north out of the village until you see a small pond. Simply dive in and swim. The House of the Fierce will be on the other side. Could he have impersonated you this time? This doesn't bode well. We must hurry. Much obliged, sir. Trying to impersonate me this time. Is he, like, the world's biggest fool, or what? Just how far must we swim to reach this place? I dare say my days spent in the lakes back home are about to come in handy. Yep, that me. My friends, it's come to my attention that the Khan of the Azam Steppes, mighty Oranir tribe, conspires in the shadows to invade Dilma. We must not give them the chance. Invasion would mean all-out war. There's only one solution. Under the cover of darkness, you must assassinate the Khan. Only with his death can this crisis be averted. They grow wary. Perhaps I should observe my targets more carefully. With all due respect, these allegations must be brought before Lord Hien. It is imperative we receive his instruction before acting. That would be playing right into the Oranir's hands. After all, an impostor disguised as Lord Oranir was but recently exposed. An Oranir spy, there could be no question. Yet the spy has fled, their whereabouts unknown. It could be anyone and anywhere, weaving new schemes even as we speak. Decisive action must be taken. That is why I came to you. So the impersonation of Lord Hien was but a part of the Oranir's grand scheme. Why would those who fought alongside us for Doma's liberation conspire to invade? Forgive me, but you do not seem yourself, Cassandra. Something isn't right. Because I am desperate. A shadow looms over Doma. Only with your help can I cast away its dark pall. Please lend me your strength. Our honored friend Cassandra risked her life and limb to see Doma free. That you address her with suspicion and doubt. She says we must act first to prevent greater bloodshed, then we must act. It is true that she has never led us astray. Brothers, sisters, let's join hands with Cassandra once more to drive back the shadow rising over Doma. What? What is the meaning of this? It's that infernal Oranir spy. Quickly, kill her before she can escape. You sound nothing like me. Your charade ends here. It's you. Such persistent vermin. Not getting away this time. This poor Namazu. Are you truly the foremost hunter of your village? The problem appears to be your aim, not the bow. Pathetic! Oh, nothing like that other girl. What was her name? Ah, yes, Itoka. She was fearsome, that one, right up until the moment I drove my blade into her back. Hmm? What is this? Don't tell me you've been masquerading as Itoka herself. After all, that would make you no better than me. Hiding behind the name of another won't erase the blame you bear for everything that happened. I'm sorry. I swear I'll explain everything to you later. For now, we should apprise these men and women of the situation. To think you can transform into anyone. Truly fearsome ability. I shall alert Lord Hien to this threat immediately. Rest assured that all of Doma will be on alert. I was completely fooled. I have no words to express my shame. Upon speaking with you again, I realized, though the impostor assumed your guise, he had neither your spirit nor your grace. Forgive me, I will not fall for such a farce again. I don't remember what voice I had given him either. And I remember giving all of these characters voices before, so might I have a word? The man impersonating you earlier, I'd recognize his face anywhere. Without a doubt, he is Samidare. Samidare. I don't know. You know him. Please, you must tell us everything. I've known Samidare nearly my entire life. We learned the shinobi arts together, you see. Roughly 25 years ago, we engaged in our first battle as proud ninja, defending Doma against the Empire's invasion. With every fiber in our body, we met their mighty magic with nimble ninjutsu. As if moved by our resolve, the mighty auspice and guardian of Doma, Tamamo Gozen, appeared on the field of battle to aid our cause. Yet our efforts were for naught. The Empire's might fell upon Doma like a hammer. We were crushed beneath their overwhelming force. The occupation began soon thereafter, and so too did my work from the shadows. While I devoted myself to resisting the Empire in secret, Samidar was conscripted to their army and forced to become an Imperial spy. I understand he served them well, fanning the flames of war in faraway lands through rumor and manipulation. Indeed, as far back as I can recall, Samidar has ever excelled in the skill of subterfuge. It was only after the prisoner exchange that he returned to Doma at long last. He was a changed man. He could find no joy or solace in the peace he once fought to secure for our nation. Instead, he sought to disrupt it. War has taught me the truth of this world. Civility is but a facade to hide man's savagery, and I'll prove it here in dear, dear Doma. Fool I am, I thought he was jesting. Only later, when I discovered the web of lies he'd spun to turn folk against one another, did I realize he meant every word. I tried to confront him, but he fled Doma before I had the chance. Nevertheless, I searched his home afterwards and discovered a missive from an organization called the Passage of the Unbound. I have it with me here. Dear illustrious Samidar, we extend our deepest gratitude for your interest in joining the Passage of the Unbound. With each passing day, our secret order draws closer to its goals. We shall require exceptional talent for what lies ahead. Bearing these needs in mind, we've decided to welcome you into the fold. To celebrate the start of an auspicious future together, we invite you to meet your colleagues in Tulialal, and have enclosed your ticket within. Exceptional talent? Exceptional egos, more like. This Passage of the Unbound kept a watchful eye on nations far and wide, to recruit cutthroats like Samidar who only follow their own desires. Upon his arrival in Tyrol, Samidar's ambitions guided him to my home, where he stole the Dreamweave cocoon, set out to use it for his own twisted ends. I'm afraid that appeared to be the way of it. In all likelihood, it is the Passage of the Unbound which alerted him to this Dreamweave cocoon's existence. Today, Samidar attempted to incite war between Doma and the Azam Steppe by wearing the face of our dearest ally, you. Your timely appearance prevented the worst from happening. So long as he can alter his form and face at will, who can say what tomorrow may bring? His years as a secret operative have made him a master at reading people. Should he decide to study his target before taking their form, I fear his schemes may not be discovered until it's already too late. Please be careful. May the Kami bless and keep you. Attempting to find Samidar now would be a fruitless endeavor. He could be any bird in the sky, or any beast roaming the wild. Let's return to Kugane. I'll reveal everything to you there. I promise. We are now in the House of the Fierce, which is fine, I guess. Don't really have anything to do here, though, so let's just head on back to Kugane. I'm definitely doing this the easiest way and not the most complex manner. Nope. Definitely not. Definitely not doing that in the most complex freaking manner possible. Seki Saigumi Barracks. Not that it was much more of a distance, honestly. So this is not Itoka, apparently. I'm grateful for your help today. Once again, I let our prey slip away. The only silver lining is that we know who he is now. But more importantly, I apologize for deceiving you. As Samidare said, I'm not the greatest hunter of my home. I'm not Itoka. I'm Kuyiki. I hail from the same village as Itoka, and I too am a hunter, but only in name. You've seen my aim for yourself. Yet most shameful of all is that it's my fault the Dreamweave cocoon was stolen. Ooh, voice crack. Normally it is enshrined in the deepest recesses of our home. Only Itoka had leave to wield it. The forest provides shelter and sustenance to many, and not all we share. Not all we share its bounty with are friendly. I just had to finish freaking reading the sentence to figure that out. Duh. When great beasts threaten our home, the cocoon's power may be used to protect our lives. Yet, I used it for my foolish desires. I couldn't take it anymore. I was a hunter, yet could barely catch prey large enough to feed myself. I was forced to wash clothes, prepare meals, and tune bows. Just once I wanted to be acknowledged. I wanted to feel pride, so I used the cocoon's power to transform myself into Itoka. With her dexterity and finesse, I finally caught prey befitting a true hunter. And as I carried my prize home, he appeared. I found him collapsed in the middle of a beaten path. I never had reason to mistrust someone before, so I approached to nurse his wounds. Yet the moment I drew close, he knocked the cocoon from my grasp and struck me unconscious. He was long gone by the time I awoke. I confessed my sin to the village elder, and in her boundless grace she forgave me, but I could not forgive myself. I left home that very eve and searched in secret to pursue the thief, all the way to Kugane. After several days of fruitlessly scouring the city, who should I see but Itoka? As our most exceptional hunter, it came as no surprise the elder had charged her with recovering the cocoon. She was astonished to see me, of course. I had told no one of my actions. I feared she would send me home. But when I expressed to her my shame, my anger, she consoled me and told me we would find the cocoon together. And I was certain we would, until that day that duplicit bastard killed her. Ah, you appeared soon after her passing. I thought with someone as strong as you at my side, maybe, just maybe, I could avenge her. So I lied. Like Samidare said, I'm no better than he is. I'm an imposter. But my desire to reclaim the cocoon is every bit as strong as Itoka's was. I'm so sorry for lying to you, Cassandra. Hope that you can find it in your heart to forgive me and continue to aid me in reclaiming the Dreamweave cocoon. Thank you for telling me the truth. Of course I'll help. I have my suspicions, but I also had faith in you, and it's been rewarded. How could I say no? Thank you. I know with you at my side I can keep my promise to Itoka. For now I'll remain vigilant for any news regarding conflict in the region. Please do pay me a visit when you find a moment to spare. I'm counting on you. Cool. Now for the level 96. Concerned Prey. Kuyiki's brow is furrowed in uncharacteristic unease. Kuiki. Cassandra, I'm so relieved to see you. We just saw each other. Thought you might resent me for lying to you, that you might refuse to lend me your help again. I'd certainly be hard-pressed to reclaim the cocoon alone in this foreign land. I truly meant what I said. I'm counting on you. Though I'm ashamed to admit it, when I first arrived here, I was nearly swindled out of an heirloom by a talking catfish. I've been scouring the city for a shop to pawn my choker, so I could secure a room and board, you see, when the catfish approached me, claiming it by the necklace for fair price. Offered me a handful of coins that glittered like gold. I was about to accept the offer when Itoka appeared. In a moment, she discerned that the catfish's currency was counterfeit, and ended the transaction then and there. She dragged me to the markets afterward, and pawned her own necklace to secure lodgings for the both of us. From the moment she arrived, Itoka took care of everything. What I'm trying to say is, I can't do anything on my own. I'm reckless and impulsive, and I'm just really glad to have you by my side. It's been some time, my friends. Pray forgive my sudden visit, but I come bearing urgent tidings. We spoke with you at the House of the Fierce. What brings you all this way? I was able to make contact with Samadair. Told him I was willing to make amends and join my oldest friend in exposing the lies in people's hearts. He responded most eagerly and bade me meet him in secret. Wait, really? Did he say where? Aye, Hell's Lid. I had a mind to lay an ambush for him, but not knowing the extent of the power he wields, I thought it best to seek help. So I come here to beg your aid, Cassandra. Your strength and valor are unequaled, and we cannot apprehend Samadair without you. I may never get another chance to catch him unawares like this. There's no time to lose. Wait, forgive me for speaking plain, Huntress, but I fear we would only be a hindrance to Cassandra when the fighting begins. Let's go to Hell's Lid by skiff and meet her after the villain is subdued. I take your point. You're right. Without us there to distract her, Cassandra can focus wholeheartedly on the battle. Sorry, would you mind going it alone? We'll be there as soon as we can. That was Samadair, I'm betting. Because of course, gotta separate me from her. Because she has the things needed to, reveal who he is. So naturally, he's going to try to rid himself of her. As soon as he came up, I went, are we sure that's not him? Darn it, still not. Perfect. I like when I can fly by going right up against the water. But it's so hard to maintain the specific altitude that's required. Point of interest. See no sign of Samadair. Perhaps his lair is further ahead. I mean, he could be the Hellborn in Allah. Still see no sign of Samidare, but feel an unsettling presence. Neat. It's actually playing the theme from Stormblood. Despite the despite the fact that this is Dawntrail quests. Samidare is nowhere to be found. There's naught to do but await your companion's arrival. But will she arrive? Hey, you alright? Came as soon as... Oh, is the battle over already? Where's Samidare? Was ambushed by a group of Red Kojin. I was attacked, but not by Samidare. What? So this was a trap? Wait, over there. Nice. Thank goodness I made it. After all that time I spent in that old Kojin shell, convincing his underlings to attack you, my blade was mere ilm from the skin of your back. Alas, a meticulous plan gone to waste. Seems I underestimated your strength and the failed huntress's tenacity. I dare say I'm outmatched. No common beast I might mimic can stand against you. I must contemplate your deaths with more care, more rigor. Look forward to our next meeting. No Namazu being shot by an arrow this time. Forgive me. Needed to catch my breath. Samidare's friend was the villain himself. As soon as this gift made it to the open sea, he threw me overboard. Damn near had to swim like a fish to make it here in time. Figured. He's made me into a fool. Again. He waylaid me before using a similar ruse. It's time I figured out what was what, Itoka was already. I always wondered how a craven like Samidare was able to kill her, our greatest hunter, and now I know. When Itoka felt the blade in her back and turned to see the face of her killer, she saw me. I'm glad I was able to prevent history from repeating itself. I don't want to lose you, too. I should return to Kugane. Samidare may have planted more than one trap for us here. Like I said, I figured. I'm going, why are we not suspecting that this is freaking Samidare, you know? Like, what the frick? We really do just rush in headlong, don't we? Feared the worst as I rushed to reach you. The moment Samidare was in sight, I charged without thinking, which, in retrospect, was probably for the best. Had I tried to shoot him from afar with my bow, I might have missed, or worse yet, hit you instead. In any case, I'm just relieved you're safe. I promise to be more wary from now on, particularly of familiar faces. I hardly need saying, but remember to keep your guard up as well. For now, I'll resume my efforts to gather information about Samidare's whereabouts. I'll be the first to know once I have a lead. So, is the Namazu that keeps getting shot with arrows the same one that tried to, like, trick her? That, it would be hilarious. I would love that. Let's see. The other one, I know there was one in Ilsabard. I'm thinking Radzithan, but I don't remember which one that was. Might have been Black Mage. Let's go to Radzithan and see. Or rather, it might... Yes! Yes, it was. I'm pretty sure it was Mage. Because that was the one with the guy that was dropping rocks. And I do seem to recall that being a... magic... I seem to remember that being, you know, based on the mage's stuff. Oh, it might be in Yedlamed, actually, come to think about it. I do wish that there was a marker of some kind that would pop up. Like, all of the class quests used to do that. I can't imagine it would be too hard to add a check for, you know, are you, you know, mage DPS? And then, like, any mage DPS gets the thing popped up. Tapiki is eager to share new developments in the search for the Justicar. Sandra, I hope you've been well. Since last we spoke, the Justicar has been busy felling fiends all across Tethevner, leaving a trail of witnesses behind in his wake. More than a few have reported seeing stones falling from the sky, which all but confirms our theory that the treasure is causing the phenomenon. The stories share one more peculiar commonality. It seems the pests he hunts have all been of the seedkin variety. Why he avoids the beasts of flesh and blood is yet a mystery. Bears mentioning that each of these eyewitness accounts came from people who were rescued by the Justicar, who invariably appears just as these creatures attack. In fact, the Justicar has been there to save the day in every single instance of seedkin-related mischief. Awfully suspicious, if you ask me. I'm not the only one who thinks so. Some among the Radiant hosts have suggested that the Justicar is planting these assaults somehow, so he alone can reap the glory from thwarting them. I agree, and think that this should be our next avenue of investigation. Many of these incidents occurred near the Giant Skull grounds, so we should start our search there. If we can find one of these monstrous plants before it finds hapless prey, we may be able to shed light upon the Justicar's methods. Time is of the essence, so let's leave at once. Alrighty. Yeah, we still don't know the power that this artifact has. Like, it's dropping rocks, of all things. And I thought maybe it was a luck-based thing. But I feel like if it was a luck-based, like, you know, talisman, it would be causing other effects than just dropping rocks. Which makes me wonder if there's some degree of, not only is he planting the Vilekin, but he's also planting the rocks. Due to whatever the ability of the totem is. Honestly, I have no idea where this one is going to go. It's real odd. Any moving bushes? Slithering vines? Not here in any case. Cassandra, I'll search the western path. Why don't you search east? If you see something, don't strike to kill. Weaken it, then capture it with this rope. Learn much more from a live specimen. I also wonder if it's not possible that the totem is animating the creatures. Which is an idea that I just thought of with the whole, like, hey, don't kill it, you know? I'm going, what if it turns out that it's, like, animating them, you know? Because, yeah, like, we really still have no idea what this freaking thing does. I also wonder if the quest line is going to go up to level 100, or if it's only going to go to, like, 98. The enemy is weak. Use the rope. It's a good thing that I can't kill the guy. Show the captured Morbol seedling to Tapiki. It is a seedkin, which is interesting. And I mean that clearly that has something to do with it as well. The fact that that the only thing that he's fighting is seedkin. I see plenty of fauna roaming about, but the flora all seems to be of the rooted to the ground variety. Perhaps my hunch was incorrect. Not even an oryx could break free from the knots binding this Morbol seedling. Found one. In fact, this is exactly as an eyewitness described. Why don't you keep it for the time being? Bring it to the Great Work, and I'll ask my acquaintance there to examine it with all haste. I am kind of glad that I did both 94 and 96 together. Cause, like, no offense, but that 94 one was just kind of fine. You know? It was like, we went out to the spot, we had a talk with the dude, and then that was it, you know? There was no combat, there was no nothing, really. Like, sure, yes, we did learn, like, about Summy there, but it was still just kind of like, you know? Mr. Peaky told me what to expect. Well then, let's see the thing. Oh, I didn't expect it to be so diminutive. If Mistress Tapiki's intuition is correct, then I expect some interesting discoveries are in store. brought me quite the fascinating specimen indeed. I can say for certain that this creature's growth isn't natural in the slightest. Biologically, it's still but a sapling, as you can tell by its size. Yet it is the result of a specific alchemical mixture which is used to spur the growth of seeds and mycelium to an unnatural degree. The agents have a side effect of making the creatures more aggressive, which explains why such a small specimen would so boldly attack beings larger than itself. Yet the solution requires ingredients most rare, and the cost of procuring enough to synthesize it would be beyond the means of most. So whoever is behind this, they are likely well heeled. As for the creatures themselves, if they were all grown artificially, perhaps that explains why most of the incidents involved small seedkin. Rather than wait for them to mature naturally, the Justicar must have accelerated their growth so that he could deploy huge amounts over a short span of time. In fact, his plan likely requires they be small, weak foes in order to guarantee his victory. After all, the great Justicar can hardly be expected to bear the blemish of defeat. With these new details brought to light, it's almost certain he's staging these attacks on the common folk. Now we have a new perspective to guide our search. Perhaps we should return to Yedlamed. Here the Justicar is the talk of the village, and they doubtless have stories to share. A splendid idea. Thank you. Your findings have brought us a step closer to unmasking that villain. It does kind of seem like the 94 ones are just kind of here, you know. Sorry to Yedlamed. The more accounts we have of the Justicar, the better our chances of predicting his next move. At least just based off of, the previous one and then this one. They're more... I would call them, like, in-between quests. Filler quests. Which aren't necessarily a bad thing, I'll note. So, filler quests definitely do have their place. And they are definitely a good resource when used correctly. It just depends on how you use them. So, FF16, I would say, would be a great example of not necessarily doing filler quests great. Don't tell me you've come chasing that half-baked savior. The younglings might be taken in by his honey's words, but anyone with experience can see that he's nothing but a charlatan. I have a story to prove it. A merchant I know took a tumble as he was transporting his goods. Not long after comes a Justicar, looking chivalrous as you please in his shining armor. But did he offer a helping hand? No, he ran off with nary a glance backwards. He may go on about slaying beasts, but a real hero would never ignore someone in need, even if they were just suffering from scraped knees and a bruised ego. 'Tis true. Whee! I say, doing none of the side quests. Oh, you're hungry to learn more of the Justicar? He's amazing. I was lucky enough to catch a glimpse of him on the road leading here, facing down a fearsome creature. I don't know how he did it, but he called down rocks from the sky to knock that thing flat. Radiant hosts were away on patrol, so if he hadn't come to our rescue, that brute would have marched right into our homes. He shouted that he was the savior of Radzat and even waved at me. Oh, he looked so impressive with the sun shining behind him. Yeah, the only people really interested in the Justicar are the younglings, if you will. The others are not, the adults and things. Rest assured, the Radiant hosts are well aware of the Justicar. Every day we receive more reports of him combating beasts in the surrounding wilderness. With The encounters were never on well-traveled roads, it seems. They occur in remote regions that we scarcely patrol, along routes that are only used by a small number of merchants and porters. We've concluded that the Justicar either has uncommon knowledge of the behavioral patterns of these creatures, or they keep close company with a merchant who travels those obscure paths. He do seem like he is working with them. So, just based on what we've seen so far. Sandra, do you have a moment? Having a little trouble here. I sought this merchant out because I was told he dealt with the alchemists and their great work. Thought he might know something about the Justicar, but when I asked, he's been like this ever since. Apologies, I was just surprised when you would ask me about that madman. What connection could he possibly have with me? The fiends he fights are grown with rare alchemical materials. We think he may be staging these encounters. Since you deal in such wares, I wondered if you might know how he came into their possession. I don't know what you're talking about, but I've never spoken to that man. I very much doubt that. Perhaps I'll be more receptive to questioning from you, Cassandra. Seems to have intimate knowledge of trade routes and alchemy. Who taught him, I wonder? Spill it out. You're working with him. You dare accuse me? Why, how am I to know that you aren't the one in league with Virazon? Virazon, you said? Who is that, may I ask? What did I... No, that's my name. That doesn't make any sense, dude. I'd be a fool to continue this charade any longer. My son... That's room number 28 to the estate. Cool. I think that's somebody picking up a free company housing. Son Virazon is the one you know as the Justicar. Sorry, I am having an issue with my headphones that is drastically annoying the crap out of me here. And though I do a thing to kind of fix the issue, I suspect that the thing that I just did will not only not fix the issue, but I suspect it might make it worse. So there's this I don't know what to call it, but it's like covering for the cord. Some kind of a string like covering that goes over the cord. And it's been fraying for a while, and it just like frayed and caught itself in itself. And the problem is I just snipped it, like the part that's like caught in itself. I just snipped it. But considering that it's fraying, I suspect that all I'm going to get out of doing that is just more fraying as it, I suspect that it's just going to continue to fray. So, unless I actually fix the fraying issue, I think it's just going to continue down the line. What I should do is get, like, some tape or something. And, like, put the tape right on where the fray is. That should keep it from fraying any further. Unfortunately, I don't have any of that, there's something, I don't remember what it is, but when I did, like, cross-stitch when I was a kid, you would put this, like, solution onto the edges of the grid that you cross-stitch on, and it would prevent the grid from fraying. And I don't know what that was, nor do I have any of it, so. Let's see. My son Verzon is the one, is a Justicar. To be suddenly confronted with this litany of misdeeds, I quite lost my composure. I don't think I read that line, but I did the previous two. If you're his father, then do you know how he came into possession of such rare materials and knowledge? Aye, he stole them from me. My most valuable materials and my most precious maps. Yet I was the one who chose to hide that fact, and I bear the blame for the consequences. What can you tell us about him as a person? Verzon was obsessed with tales of legendary heroes, even from a young age. I paid a great deal of money to have him tutored in the art of the bow. He became quite skilled at it, in fact, but not quite as skilled as his arrogance led him to believe. Due to this, and perhaps a lack of ambition, he never aspired to true greatness. Instead, he came to rely upon fanciful equipment and exotic potions, rather than honing what skill he had. It pained me to see him fall into dissoluteness, but he would brook no counsel. So, several years ago, I gave him enough coin to support his lavish lifestyle, and told him never to speak with me again. He didn't. Until but recently, when he darkened my doorstep once more. And that was when he stole your goods? Aye, although I would have willingly given them if he had but asked. He was rambling almost incoherently, saying that his heroic deeds as a Justicar had caught the eye of someone named Apyahi, leader of the Passage of the Unbound, whoever they are. Claimed that under the guidance of his newfound allies, he obtained a great power. Power enough to eclipse all heroes who have come before and shall come after, as he put it. Seems he gives what money he still has to these people. Think that for all his fanciful words, he has only deigned to grasp at hallowed glory, all at the expense of Radzahan. There's no greater shame as a father. Given what we know of this shadowy group, they most likely aim to sow discontent through Verzon's deeds. He may be so blinded by his own desire for adoration that he can't see whose hands are pulling his strings. I'm saying that he's being used. If that's true, then I can no longer remain silent, despite what shame it may bring. I see now that sharing my story might be the only way to save my son. Indeed, I suggest you tell the Radiant host at once. Of course, we'll be pouring our every effort into stopping him. Thank you for giving me direction. I didn't imagine our meeting would end this way. Truth be told, I'm not entirely unsympathetic towards Verzon. I basked in my father's reflected glory, while having none of my own to speak of. The glory Verzon seeks is similarly false. I too shall visit the Radiant host, and have them spread word of the Justicar's true nature. If the people are wise to his trickery, they will be far more likely to aid us. He'll soon learn that a legend built on lies is no match for true heroism. Alrighty. Very nice, very nice. Well, when we hit level 96, we'll have to come back and continue this. I don't remember where the tank quests are. So, because I can't remember, let's see, because I know Lanasia was the healer quests, which means that it's either Ishgard or Alamigo. That's right. One of these was in Ishgard, one of them was in Alamigo. It might, yeah, Alamigo was arranged. Because that was like the whole concept, right? Was that the thing could protect against like everything except for basically like piercing, you know? You had to attack from range in order to deal with it, so we'll probably do that one. I mean, I'm probably going to end up forgetting anyway, just in general, but we'll probably do that one next time because I kind of really want to continue this stuff since, you know, we're getting into the level 96 stuff. So, ready? Let's go. Our first stop is to Aunt Tilly's Tacos. Not just for a snack, I promise. Wukavu and Mablu should be there. Wuklamat is now accompanying you. Whee! Whee! Smack! Like I said, I don't think you can actually take, like, mortal damage, I guess you can say. I don't think you can actually, like, die from a fall in, if you're in, like, a capital city. I don't know about just any sanctuary, but at least the capital cities. So, Dawn Servant Vuklamat, words cannot well express the profound joy your ascension has brought me. No need for formalities. I'm still the same old me. Alright then, I shall forego formalities. I love him, dude. I cannot, your Dawn Servant. Too disrespectful it is to address you without your due title. As Dawn Servant, I'm ordering you not to bother with formalities. Alright then, I won't bother anymore. I love him. I freaking love him. He's so great, dude. Like, seriously, I love him. I could more easily converse with a drunken alpaca. Thank you for helping Wuklamat become Dawn Servant, Cassandra. Political opinions in our community may have been divided, but Dawn Servant's ascension presents us all with a prime opportunity, which is why I convinced everyone to participate in a commemorative sales campaign. A wonderful plan, no? My first big undertaking as a merchant. I do like the sound of a sale, so long as I'm not persuaded to buy too much. It's so good to see all of you again. I want to personally thank each of you for your help. The feat of reeds and the feat of gold were my first true tests as a claimant. If not for your guidance, I would have failed the rite of succession before I fully understood its importance. Now that you've given me a taste for celebrating culture, I can't wait to see what else Tulialal has to offer. In Dawntrail, for instance. As always, we must observe proper etiquette. I'd be happy to offer my services as a tutor, should you desire them. I can think of no better instructor. I'll be sure to bring Kawana as well. Your duties as Dawn Servant will be plentiful. But don't forget your promise to attend Ihihana next season. Of course, I wouldn't miss it. When I made a name for myself as a merchant, I'll come by the palace and tell you all about my biggest sales. I look forward to it. I have been personally attending to your alpaca's care. Dare we hope to see you at the ranch again? Hey, tell my fluffy, spit-filled friend that Wook Lamont will visit soon. Anyway, you'll have to excuse us. Oh, you haven't seen Fanjin Tane around here, have you? Tall, slim fellow with long, pointy ears? I saw a man matching that description by the weapons dealer in Bayside Bevy, in the company of a moblin and a pair of yakhoi, if I remember correctly. Bayside Bevy, got it. Enjoy the festivities, everyone, and the tacos. Can I get tacos? I still haven't gotten tacos. Like, where's my tacos? Like, nobody has... So far, there hasn't been a single NPC that has sold me tacos. Despite there being 2 places that supposedly sell tacos, neither of them will sell me a taco. So, it's like, where are my tacos? I want my tacos. Also, like, is there something going on over here? Because, like, everybody is always over here. Also, hunt board. Why we hunt? Cassandra, the Wing of Protection has been keeping a beady eye on you. Say, to make yourself useful, that your adventures have taken you to nigh on every corner of Tyrol, including Octel, I hear, and of my people. Know how dangerous those woods can be, not only from the tales of my ancestors, but from the bills on the board, too. Think you're ready to take on a bigger challenge? That's the spirit. Alright then, let me tell you what these intermediate marks are all about. Beginner level marks can be taken down by any hunter or mercenary. But these ones call for a mite more preparation. Not just talking physically, but mentally too. If you're going to risk your life going after these beasts, it's important you know what you're risking it for. Which is why I tell everyone who thinks they're ready to move on from beginner builds to talk to Tayat Kut first. She's the master huntress and mentor to would-be vipers. You'll find her down in the Gornatic Gleam Sands. Look for the Zebrail with the cobalt fur and ask her to tell you our history. I really don't care the history. I'm just looking to unlock the bigger freaking quest, the bigger freaking the hunts, the bigger hunts. Granted, I haven't even done any of the Endwalker hunts, but still. Dawn Servant, Cassandra, you honor us with your presence. Thank you for coming, everyone. I know the journey to Tulilal isn't a short one.
Oh, long road worth of travel to congratulate new Dawn Servants.
To hear the head of reason is past brings me sorrow, but we who remember him will ensure he lives on. May the accolades of this day be his offering to the future he envisioned. The High Luminary and I attend on behalf of Warler's Echo. Had our people come en masse, we would have been an obstruction. Nonsense. You're always welcome. All of you. This is your city as much as anyone's. I'm glad to see you hale and whole, Cassandra. Though I know little of the particulars, I can only imagine your latest adventure has been both long and colorful. beginning with near shipwreck, if you'll remember. Yet here we stand, celebrating the ascension of your claimant. When my journey began, I thought only of preserving the peace that my father worked so hard to create. But the feat of pots, the feat of proof, and the feat of ice showed me that peace is not simply the absence of war. Being able to live together in safety and happiness, that was what my father envisioned for this nation. That's the Tuliyalal I want for you all. So I promise you this. As Dawn Servant, I will do everything I can to bring the same happiness to the bandits in Kazumauka and the Yakhoi of Chirwagar's Sultern. I won't forsake them. As I was moved by your father's influence, so too may the Chirwagar come to accept your peace. Their beliefs have stood for a millennium. While not easily shifted, neither are they immutable. Well, I can be pretty determined. They'll come around eventually, mark my words. I can vouch for the efficacy of such determination. Thanks to the Moblin's hospitality, I've been able to rediscover the joy of my craft and honor my father's legacy.
Now that good living is secure, the village overflows with field smiles. Such cooperation between help hands and potsworn is the very spirit of a healthy pot pact.
Partnership like yours is bound to be fruitful. I look forward to seeing the fantastic places you produce. Pieces, rather. There are some other people I'd like to see, so we should take our leave. Let's try and find Hunmu Rook. The breaks racks. I believe I saw him on the sands below. At Gleep Sands, thank you. Enjoy your time in the city. And remember, this will always be your home too. Alright. How about that? If I go this way first. I can talk to Tyet Cat first. You have business with me, Outlander. Bull Ogawa sent you, eh? More meat for the marks. Though you look to have a little more about you than most. Well, if you're dead set on devoting yourself to the Dawn Hunt, I should let you know a little bit more about it. Where to begin? You might say, at the beginning, but it's hard to put a pin in exactly when that was. Even before Kawana brought the system of marks and bills over from Eorzea, our people were hunters. Not just for food, but for safety. Hunting down those ill-made monstrosities whose very existence was inimical to our own. It was for that very purpose that the Vipers came to be. Finest hunters in Tyrol banded together to hone their skills and their blades, devoted their lives to stalking and slaying the fiends. At first we were no more than a fellowship of like-minded folk who would take it upon themselves to deal with any danger they caught wind of. It was only after Galul Jaja united Tyrol under the Dawn Servant's crown that our role as protectors of the realm was made official. Commissions started pouring in from Yasulani to Yaktel, who didn't have the numbers to answer them all. That's when Kawana proposed we bring in the system he'd seen in Eorzea, calling down adventurers and mercenaries to handle those threats we couldn't. If there's a point to this little history lesson, it's this. Many folk join the hunt seeking adventure or glory or fortune. From the very beginning, whenever that was, it's been about one thing and one thing only, protecting those who can't protect themselves. Don't forget that. And one more request that I make of every Viper to train under me. Don't get yourself killed. And to save lives, not to throw them away for no good reason. I reckon that's enough moralizing from me for one day. It's about time I head back to Dawntrail. Come and drop by if you're ever in the area. Alright, we should be able to now unlock the last bit there. The new the hunt stuff that I'll probably still not end up doing. My, you honor us with a personal visit, Dawn Servant. Congratulations upon your ascension. No, none of that. My title may have changed, but I'm still just Rook Lamont. More than just, I'd say. You've grown into a leader for this nation. Your father must be proud. I hope so, but big events like this make me wonder, you know? What my birth parents might say if they knew. I imagine they would say that it fills their hearts with joy to see the strong, compassionate woman you have become. I owe you my thanks as well for fulfilling your promise to me. I told Bakuzaza to stay with us so we could all congratulate you in person. But he marched off, muttering something about not being able to face you just yet. The boy needs purpose. Purpose beyond catering to the demands of others. He was always too obliging for his own good. I'm sure he'll find it in his own time, especially if he knows his family is there for him. That we are. By the by, have you seen Ketenram anywhere? Tonqua, that is. Ketenram, was it? A strong name, if a bit exotic. We called upon him before leaving Mamook, but he wasn't at home. I don't recall seeing him at the ceremony either. The first promise was notably absent as well, though I assumed he required time to salve his injured pride. Everyone thought he'd be the one to succeed Papa. My victory must have come as quite a shock to him. As for Tonqua, I'm sure he's around here somewhere, or ready to appear when we least expect him. We'd best be going, but relax, enjoy, make yourselves at home, and come and visit us anytime. Alright, I think I found everyone I could find. Let's return to the others in the Winged Walk. Up there. I'm glad I looked because I was starting to head towards the forward cabins so that I could just teleport over to the freaking up here. Oh yeah, no, that is where I'm supposed to be going. This is the thing for the hunt. That's right. That makes sense. I don't know, it was the first quest in the list and it was there. I didn't even, pay attention to the fact it wasn't MSQ. Back already, are you? Did Tyet Quant tell you everything you needed to know? Good to hear. We don't hunt to kill, we hunt to live. Remember that and you'll be fine. Speaking of, I took the opportunity to update the ledger. Are approved to take on intermediate marks now. Good hunting and good luck. Yay! Intermediate hunts. Not that I've done any of the hunts of any kind, but yay! But yeah, these are all freaking level 94 stuff. At some point, I'll remember that that's something that I should probably be doing. But not right now, that's all. So hi, I came up from behind. Welcome back. I hope you didn't rush on our account. Hiccups randomly. That's always annoying.
お世話になった人たちとは話せた？ああ、待たせて悪いな。それで、お前にはもう一つ話があるんだけどよ。お前をこの国の要職につけたいって話。
Whoops.
これからもそばにいてほしいんだ。
Unfortunately, I go where adventure is. Where adventure is.
無理強いするつもりはね。ただ、お前が旅を続けていく先にそういう道も選べるんだって知っておいてほしくてよ。そうそう、こいつを渡しておかなくちゃな。大陸の北側、サカトラルへの通行許可証だ。トラル大陸にはお前が歩いてない土地がまだまだある。冒険者なら惹かれるだろう。ああ、これでお前らとの旅も終わっちまうんだな。
And it's not exactly over. There's still 5 more levels.
こんな私を仲間と認めて最後まで共に旅をしてくれたこと、お前らにはどれだけ感謝してもしきれねえよ。本当にありがとな。さてと、こっからはやることが山積みだ。王としての公務も覚えなきゃならねえし、黄金鏡についても親父から聞かなきゃならねえ。そこで知ったことをどうするにせよ、一緒に旅したお前らには必ず報告する。それまで好きに過ごしててくれて構わねえから。
Oops. I just clicked too early sometimes.
まだしばらくこっちに残るつもりでいる。シャーレアンに戻ってグリーナーの仕事を再開する前に会っておきたい相手がいるからな。
お前らはどうだ？
元はガレマール帝国と諸国の関係改善を図るべくタブ族国家のトライオラから学びを得るための旅だった。シュバラール族とマムージャ族に対話の機会を与えた前連王、そして創決の教えを知り彼らと手を取り合ったラマチ。他者を受け入れるということはまず相手を知ることから始まるのだとね。
Acceptance begins with understanding.
今回の継承の儀でラマチがトライオラの人々を知ったように、思いもよらない方法で他人を知ることだってあるはず。あとはどうやってそれを促すか。もう少しこの国を見て回らせてもらいながら考えるつもり。
私は引き続きこの町に滞在してもいいかしら。ラマチがグルージャジャさんから黄金鏡について聞いたらすぐに共有してもらえるように。
もちろんだ。宿も引き続き抑えてあるから遠慮なく使ってくれ。
あなたはどうする？もらった通行許可証でサカトラルを見に行くとか？
Of course. That's the plan.
そう言うだろうと思ったわ。まだ半分も楽しい冒険が待ってるなんて知った
So
ら
true.
じっとしてられるわけないもの。
Although aren't North and South America usually separate continents?
俺の会っておきたい相手っていうのが前に話した師匠のことでな。都合サカトラルにある故郷に里帰りするつもりだ。お宅にこれといった目的がないなら道すがら簡単なガイドをするくらいはできるがどうだ？
I wouldn't be surprised if they had originally planned for everything to just be in Dawntrail.
元気でな。あばよ。
I mean, I don't know what the actual, like, story is, right? Like, going forward. I have seen that there are people that have the title of Knight of Alexandria and YouTube videos comparing FF9 to FF14 in the terms of BGM.
さて、俺たちも立つか。準備ができたらサカトラル関門の前で集合だ。
What that means, I have no idea, because I have never played 9 in the slightest. I mean, if you had told me, well, I was informed. But like when
私らはずっと仲間だ。
when I was informed that all of the story in the 13th at the end of Endwalker, when I was told that that was all like that was all referencing like Final Fantasy IV, I was like, oh, cool. That was it, because I knew nothing about FF4, and I still really don't. I did one stream of it, and then haven't continued, so. And it's not so much that I haven't continued because I don't want to, more that I haven't continued because in order to continue, I need, I know that there are, like, remakes of FF4 out there. Like, there's like a 3D one, there's the Pixel remaster, and then there's like a couple of others. And I was thinking I might pick one of them up. In fact, I have been thinking for a little while now about, you know, looking into them. And I had some debate about it earlier, and then this whole dentist thing, you know, well, I shouldn't say earlier, because it wasn't today, but like, you know, the last, like, week, you know, I had, like, almost $100, you know, saved up in my account. That I was like, cool, you know. But my goal has been that through commissions and things, I would like to try and build up $400-ish, and then I could buy a new Switch. That goal is probably not going to happen before October comes around, especially now. And more than likely by the time November rolls around, I will be on disability and have actual money regularly. So, past these gates and over the bridge lies Dawntrail. Have my permit, yes? Packed and ready? No last minute stops to make before we leave? Forgive me. I'm afraid traveling with our new Dawn servant may have scarred me for life. Dawntrail Orchestrion. Apparently, Asar Deathbane is running around as a pink elephant. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Sky Deep Cenote, oh boy. I mean, good to know that we did seal it back up. Though I'm wondering what freaking he's expecting to do. Ah, he stole them. He stole the keystones. Yep. Again, I forgot his name already. Cause like I'm mostly thinking about Bakulzaza and Galulzaza. I'm forgetting which one, what his name was. Cause it's so similar. Cause all of them are so similar. Zerelzaza. This is the key to the gate. This is the gate to the Golden City. 2 decades ago, your father bade me transcribe a letter to a scholar across the salt, petitioning something. I really wish that they would do freaking voicing if they're gonna make dialogue automatic. What he discovered was something the Dawn Servant feared enough to seal away forever. Or so we thought, until the right's objective became the City of Gold. But to think that Tonqua would be entrusted with its safekeeping, had I known that doddering old fool carried a set of keystones, we might have spared ourselves those tiresome feats. Oh boy. Suppose that makes sense. So he didn't steal Wook Lamott's at least. Great power sleeps here, and with it you shall obtain your birthright. So you say, yet the new Dawn servants succeed where I could not. Taking their throne will be no easy task. The resilient sun underestimates his own potential. There's no need for worry. What's this? I have liberated the key from the Dawn Servant's vault. You alone have the means to unlock the gates. You will gain all you were denied. The right, your father's shade. These bitter memories shall soon be forgotten. Seize your future promise. Open the gate and become the ruler you are destined to be. Oh, It glows in his hand. It's working. This is definitely a scene that should have been voiced. Is some there can hear me? Especially with this new character. At last. Okay, I have no idea who this is. Probably the girl that we saw in one of the trailers.
Who's there? Show yourself.
That's who I would guess. If only I could. Alas, the gate will not open for me. Only the key in your possession can connect us.
Then you are the guardian of the city's great power.
I do not claim this power is great, but the knowledge I possess is enough to realize any desire to remake worlds.
Is that so? Fascinating. Name your price, then. For my desire is the world itself. Yes, yes. The resilient sun rises. Together we shall create a nation worthy of our rule.
Dead. Saw that coming.
Premise, what?
Saw that coming. Soon as he got all cocky and was like, yes, we shall rule, I was like, this is when Zeralja betrays.
The useless tool is cast aside. Deliver me a new world, one that bends to my will.
As you wish, but in exchange. Oh boy. I see. Yes, good. The long road to Dawntrail. Ernville is ready to set off. Ready to get underway? Then present your travel pass to that guard and let us be off. You won't have to wait long to enjoy sightseeing. The bridge to Dawntrail is a wonder in its own right. I expected that the voice was gonna be like, you know, this is part of the price, and then Zeral just like, okay, and he just freaking kills Surreal Jha because that's like what part of the price was, you know. But nope, he just freaking kills Surreal Jha. The gates is barred to all save those with express permission from one of the Dawn servants. Signed by Vo Wukelamat herself. My apologies, miss. If you'd wait here just a moment. And into Dawntrail. Shalomi. After that, I have no freaking clue what's gonna happen. Or rather, where we're gonna go, because freaking, I know Shalomi. But what happens after Shalom, like what we do in Shalomi or anything, I have no clue. I just know that that's visible on the map. I know that at some point we're going to go to Solution 9, which my understanding is that's the that's the like mini hub of this expansion. You know, the Rodzatan or the Yulmore or the Idleshire, you know, of this X-Pack. So
長大な橋を越えた先に広がるのは古くからの言葉で導きの太陽と呼ばれる荒野。強烈な日差しが渇きをもたらすこの地は生物たちに過酷な試練を与えてきた。だがその地下に恵みの水、精輪水が埋蔵されていたことで状況は一変する。利用コーナを支持する革新派の人々は青い炎に照らされた先に豊かな未来を夢見て走り出した。そして俺たちもまた足を踏み出す。新たに敷かれた鉄の道をたどり旅を続けるために。
Dawntrail, Shelwani. Or Sheloni.
俺の故郷はこのシャーローニ荒野のさらに先、
Yes.
ヤースラニ荒野という場所にある。
This is why I didn't recognize this word, because it's here in Sheloni. So, Yasulani.
少しばかり長旅にはなるが、鉄道を使えばさほど苦労はしないだろう。
And so we go from South American culture into the Wild West. I don't actually know what like South American culture would be called.
あいつを借りていくとするか。
I only know a couple of the countries that are down there, like Chile and Peru and Brazil. But I don't know what you would call the people, or if they even have like a single like term for it even. Also, an interesting idea, using the blood hempen chest wrap of casting outfit for Pictomancer. I honestly hadn't even considered the concept. That said, it is dyeable. So, could make other, like, colors and things. I'm sorry, but just this music. I love it already. Also, like, look at that freaking bridge, man. I just want to stop and look at the bridge for a moment because they just kind of skip right the frick over it without even a thought. I'm just like, but the bridge though. I wanted to see the bridge, dude. It looks awesome. It's Actually, it is fair skies. I was gonna say it looks, you know, like it's a little foggy in the region, but maybe that's just how this area looks in general. You can't like really see down the bridge too much. And I mean, clearly there's another zone here. Like, clearly. Also, I can definitely see... So this right here... Mehuetzon, Sheshnoazi Springs, and Husatawi. Oh boy. But yeah, this area here is, I'm assuming this right here. So that's pretty cool that I can already kind of see a connection between the map and the overworld and the current like area. At least I'm assuming that this is going to be a big lake down there anyway. It could also just not even be a big lake. So, Yutanane Graceland. Grasslands. Gracelands? Where did I get Gracelands? Shotan Ronique. Afraid so. If one will suffice, I have a creature ready and waiting. But if you need two, then you'll have to wait. The Ronique have been acting strangely of late, more easily spooked and otherwise disagreeable. Picking out the few fit for Retton's proven bothersome work. They're usually so docile. The ones I saw earlier didn't appear to be unhealthy either. Much has changed since last I was here. Not the best start to our journey. It's fine. It's not like it's far. Still, the train station isn't far. Seeing as we aren't in a hurry, let's go on foot. About that, sir. As well-traveled as you look, it's not only the Ronique they've been giving us trouble. The wildlife have shown signs of aggression, too. The merchant should be returning soon with one of our beasts. Stick around till they do, and I'll see you both on Ronique for a safer trip. Your offer is much appreciated, but I don't think my friend here is particularly concerned about the wildlife. Actually, I might be a little concerned. But the Ronique, Aaronville! The Ronique! Whoever gets us forever going faster. But the Ronique, Aaronville! The Ronique! This is your first time in Saloni. I understand your enthusiasm. It'd be a shame not to ride one at least once while you're here. A fair point. If we're to give you the authentic Shaloni experience, I suppose it's worth the wait. Right, change of plans. There's a small town nearby. We can pass the time there while waiting. Sure. Take it you're heading to Hasatwi, then. Have a man bring the Ronique over there. Just mind yourself around the drunkards and troublemakers, eh? Also, it just got stormy in this region. What the frick, dude? I guess just gales. It's not like rain and thunder. It's just wind. I love this music, dude. I'm gonna be honest though, I was always really, really, really into the Wild West stuff as a kid. Like, it was absolutely ridiculous how into Wild West stuff I was into. Like, I loved the music that you would normally find in, you know, the Wild West kind of, you know, movies and stuff. And just like, I was just so into it. I just loved it, dude. Used to watch Back to the Future 3. One of my, like, favorite movies when I was, like, 10. Just because of the cowboys. Last time I was here, it was a little more than a camp with the Shopper 3. Like, I was so into the movie purely because it was a Wild West movie. I gotta say, 3 still holds up. That said, 1 was better than I remembered. I remembered not being into it at all, but then it wasn't Wild West. But I also just wasn't into the second one. But I loved the third one. Like, you know how kids nowadays, you know, parents will complain and be like, you know, yeah, I turn on this one thing and they just watch it over and over and over and over. That was Back to the Future 3 for me. I swear I had to have watched that once, maybe twice, just about every single freaking day. When I was like, what, 8, 9, maybe even 10? It was ridiculous, man. I loved that movie so much. I was so into Wild West stuff back then. I don't now, but I used to have a picture of me back around that age, wearing like a full-on cowboy getup because I just loved it. Ooh. Isn't it odd how everybody in the entire world seems to speak Japanese? I love it. I love fantasy stuff. It's like Star Wars, you know? Think about Star Wars. And like, it covers an entire galaxy, you know? Like, there's a whole galactic empire / republic prior to. And, like, you have hundreds of, like, thousands of planets. And they all just speak English. Like, how does that work? Forget our own planet, we can't even keep like one language. There's so many languages here on freaking our own planet. Like, how do fantasy settings or like movies, you know, things like that, like how does everybody always speak one language? You know, it's like you look at D&D and everybody knows common, but then like there's all of the other like languages that are there. But like, when are those ever gonna come up? It's like, oh, I speak Elvish, and it's like, great. When is that ever gonna come up exactly? The fact that you speak Elvish? Because just everybody speaks common. No, there's no thought about it. It's just hilarious to me.
いいですか、もう調べはついているんです。物的証拠も揃っているし、疑いの余地はありません。
Nah. Just this girl over here, just the pose she's in.
何が物的証拠だ。嘘つきの悪党め。豚箱にぶち込まれたダチを解放しねえと痛い目に遭うぜ。
Boy, definitely an increase in the language in this expansion. Like, I don't think I had ever seen them ever use, you know, this word that I can't say because family. I don't have a problem with it, but, you know, family can hear me. I don't think I had seen them ever even use this until the FF16 like collab came up, and now it's just like it's been very regular in this expansion. I love it.
どっちが悪党ですか、デコア君。
It's that evolution of language, which I find it. Speaking of language, I find it a little hilarious because language like that was considered so commonplace back in the 80s and the 90s. You know, 1980, 1990s. That there are legitimately like movies nowadays that have been re-released that still contain that kind of language, but they're like rated G or PG, and it's like you would never, freaking PG rating is barely PG anymore, you know? I fully agree with people when they say, like, oh yeah, back when PG used to mean something, you know? It's like, the stuff that comes out that's PG nowadays, I'm just like, this isn't PG. This should be rated G. At least. Yes, I get that, like, G is, like, the lowest rating that you can, like, get, basically. Because it's general audience, as in, like, everybody. But if you take what used to be G-rated, and you think about, like, what is G-rated now, it's like, the stuff that is G-rated now would have been, like, below G-rating back in the day, you know? Just because it's so ridiculous how mild everything has become in the last, just 2 decades. It's ridiculous. It's like, freaking, hate it so much.
君の仲間は自警隊で副隊長を務めるこの私にあろうことか街中で公然と銃を向けたのですよ。故に法にのっとり逮捕したわけですが、取り調べてみたら強盗の余罪までもが明るみになる始末。罪を償わせずして解放するわけにはいかないでしょう。
この辺りの治安が悪くなってきて、自警隊が組織されたとは聞いていたが、物騒だな。
悪ガキのデコアちゃん、どうちまちたか。ご機嫌斜めなら俺がミルクでも飲ませてやるぜ。おいウィフーテさん、早くこのうるさいチビを追い出してくれよ。
Also, I just find it hilarious, like, you know, this is Wild West, so this is meant to be, you know, Wild West revolver type gun. And it's just like, yes, is rifle. Because this is what machinist wields. You know? It's like, they don't have little revolvers on, like, the sides at all.
子供扱いしやがって。ダチは強盗なんてやってねえ。濡れ衣だ。
無教養なガキはこれだから嫌いなんだ。デコア君、大人として扱われたいなら法に従いなさい。多くの部族が集うここシャーローニ荒野の平和は皆が法に従ってこそ保たれるのです。
He just said Charlatan in that dialogue.
そしてその法を破る者を悪党と呼び、悪党を取り締まるため我々自警隊が発足したのです。その小さな頭でよく考えなさい。それとも君は本気で私を敵に回すつもりか？
Oh my. I don't like him already. Oops.
Oi, Kozo.
Estinian! I'm sorry, I've heard it so many times. In the way that it's pronounced in Japanese, like, sometimes I just say it that way without even thinking. It's like Estinian instead of Estinian, you know? It's like Estinian. Cool. So we're getting Estinian. I love it.
Deko, こんなところで何をやってる？揉め事を起こすでない。
覚えてろよ。クソイカの腐れ野郎。
Running shit. I love that.
イエフーデ君、一体何があったのだ？なんてことはありませんよ、ケマッカ隊長。またデコアのやつが仲間の解放を求めて来ていたのです。奴の動向には部下たちと目を光らせておきますのでご心配なく。そうかそうか、いつもご苦労。では私は見回りに行ってまいります。また後ほど。
I like that this weather has probably ended by now, but we're in cutscene, so it can't change. What? Good grief, cat. You're fine. Honest.
お前たちもこっちに来ていたとはな。
You really are.
王が代替わりしたと噂で聞いたが、黄金鏡の扉とやらを見つけたということか。
俺はこっちの出だからな。もろもろの報告で帰郷するついでにサカトラルを案内してるところだ。オタクは
ただの物見遊山だ。当てのある旅じゃないからな。
Also, how did he get north? Going wherever the wind blows, eh? Not very like you.
グルージャジャから手合わせの報酬をたんまりもらったからな。しばらくはロギンの心配もない。
Galuzazar probably just gave him like free reign to just go anywhere kind of thing. Makes sense.
それじゃ俺は行く。
I did forget that Galuzazar and him like did a big fight before.
ああ、そうだ。ここらのサボテンダーはうまいぞ。見た目は多少奇抜だが試してみるといい。
野生のサボテンだ。
Sabatender here. Maybe they do now. Oh, hey, look, the storm is actually still here, much to my surprise. No sooner do we set out than we run into excitement. At least no one was hurt. This Dusk Watch has their work cut out for them. As long as I can remember, all disputes, big or small, were settled by dueling. People of Shaloni rarely saw eye to eye. And for better or worse, it was the simplest way to settle differences. So most would sooner not risk their lives, though, and encourage parties to pursue peaceful resolutions. In a roundabout fashion. The Dust Watch was likely established by supporters of Kawana, preferring peace be enforced through the formal rule of law. A reasonable stance, all things considered. If things ever got out of hand, the Landsguard would be forced to step in. What freedom they have now would be lost under Zerulja's authority. All of which is to say, unless a lengthy stay in a jailhouse appeals to you, be mindful of how you handle your arms in town. I'll draw them and run around and chop people up. Ha ha! Gonna, attack some merchants like I regularly do. Something particularly you're looking for. I've been known to carry a rare bauble or two. Of course, I'll need to be well compensated with bicolored gemstones if I'm to part with my stock. Yeah, but you don't actually have anything right now other than freaking Ronique stuff, it looks like. I mean, if I was leveling a crafter, maybe, but I'm not leveling a crafter at the moment, so it's not the most useful of things for me, to be honest. Charlie. You're fine. If you want attention, come here. Otherwise, you're fine. I know, you don't want attention from me. I don't know why, but you don't want attention from me. That's your thing. You don't want attention from me. Northeast by quite a bit, so. I mean, we did just pick one up, but still. Settled up. Aaronville would not dither about for long. I should like to think the stableman has arrived for the Ronique by now. I'll go on ahead to check. If you still want to have a look around, then be my guest. Come and find us when you've had your fill. I did pick up the etherite. I actually just kind of ran over here prior. But yeah, why not? Let's take a look around just for a moment. I mean, it looks how I had expected it to. It's a proper Wild Western tavern. Thunder Yards. Oh no, Forge Rise chest wrap. Okay, that's what that is. I'm like, that's like the closest thing to any kind of like tube top style thing I've ever seen in the game. You know, at least it's like just this chest piece. I'm like, what the heck is it though? It's a freaking disciple of the stupid hand only item, unfortunately. that's one thing I dislike about, I think it's post level 60. If you look at everything from level 1 to 50 in the way of like crafter gear, all of it is set to all classes. I don't remember when, but somewhere along the line between 50 and 60, possibly post 60, all of the crafter gear becomes Disciple of the Hand or Disciple of the Land. Like, specifically. And I'm like, there's some good outfits, but you can't use them as glams because they're freaking specifically Disciple of the Hand, you know? Like, there's some good outfits in here, is the problem. You know? Like, I would love to glamour some of these. I mean, not these ones, because these are all regular, like, stuff. But, like, you know, I don't think I would do this one, but, like, I don't know, this looks pretty cool, you know? I don't think I would use it, but the idea still stands. Like, what if I wanted to wear this? You know? It's just like, you can't... I mean, okay, this one is a freaking... There's a caster version of this. You know? So, like, maybe going through these ones isn't giving, like, the best examples. But it's just like... What if I wanted one of those? You know? Like, and that's kind of what, like, the slightly frustrating part to me in Final Fantasy XIV specifically, because Final Fantasy XIV is the first... There it is. It got pushed behind the window. Final Fantasy XIV, up until level 60, had always been doing a really good job of making the caster gear and the normal clothes and things like that, making them available for everybody, you know? Like, you'd get Disciple of War, you'd get Disciple of Magic, and sure, there was some separation there. But, for the most part, a lot of, like, the casting gear could still even be worn by, you know, a tank. And World of Warcraft, though, like, if you're a plate wielder, that's it. That's all you can glamour. You can never... transmog. This is hilarious because I started saying freaking... when I came here, I was like, it's transmog. Now it's glamour. Now it's glamour. But like, it's just... In World of Warcraft, if you're a tank, you know, if you're a plate wielder, plate wearer, like, that's it. You know? Like... My biggest gripe with the transmog system is, especially because the game has a focus on role-playing, they have role-play servers, unlike Final Fantasy XIV, where it's just, if you're on Mateus or Balmung, there's people role-playing, otherwise, that's, you know... But there isn't a designated, this is a roleplay server, you know? But, like, I played on Moonguard. Well, on Alliance. On Horde, I played on Wormrest Accord. But the problem was, I had a Blood Elf Hunter, but she was a male user. And... the issue is that her backstory meant that she should be wearing leather armor when I'm like doing the role play, you know, because there's a couple of like Tauren outfits that are leather outfits, and it's like, yes, the idea was that she had no memory. She was raised by the Tauren, you know, for several years. I always kept saying 5 years. And just like, because there was never really role play that like stuck around when you were, you know, like you'd get together with somebody and you'd role play with them once or twice, but you didn't like role play with somebody in like Burning Crusade and then like you didn't like keep that story going, you know, all the way up to, you know, Dragonflight or whatever, or even like between Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King, you rarely kept that story going. So it was always just like my characters were basically the way they always were, you know. And so it was always just 5 years ago, despite like 20 or 30 years having occurred like canonically in World of Warcraft history, you know. And it was like I made Neenly. If anybody here has watched the D&D streams, I know that Neenly hasn't shown up in the podcast on YouTube, because I still haven't gotten those uploaded. But I'm still as far back as Pathfinder. I really need to fix that. But like Neenly, who shows up in my, you know, who showed up here in D&D, was always my, she was supposed to be a Blood Elf hunter, this character actually. It'll just be easier if I fit to screen. There we go. But like, you know, she wears like leather armor, you know, she doesn't wear mail, you know, because she's a hunter, yes, but like there just isn't any good like Tauren like hunter gear, which I think is weird. I wonder if I still have any pictures from the old Warcraft stuff. Because I did like I saved a lot of this, even like between computers. I just don't know where I would have saved like those images, because those were so long ago. Like they were super long ago, like ridiculously long ago. The problem is I know exactly what I'm looking for, but I don't have the slightest clue where those files would even be saved at this point. I do feel like I recently saw them. Like, that's the thing. I really feel like I have recently seen them. Maybe, would they be under my, like, really old, like, Versame stuff? Let me just look for a sec. Yes. How about that? Well, okay. Sort of. Have the... This was something that I did in Model Viewer. While Model Viewer back in the Burning Crusade did. Well, no, I think this might have been Wrath of the Lich King days. But yeah, this was the before everybody died versions of Ronwyn, Tamriel, and Silana, where both Ronwyn and Tamriel were warlocks, and then Tamriel was a priest. I don't know if I have any more recent images or not than that. That might be the most recent that I still have, anyway. Like, cause obviously that one's not recent at all. That one's so old, dude. It's ridiculous. But that might be the only, like, version that I have of the character of these, you know, of Tamriel, Silana, and Ronwyn. Which is kind of unfortunate that I don't think I ever, like, really saved any of the other images. I probably should get a drink. I'm just kind of double checking everything else that's in here. I have so many folders for so many things. Like, it's ridiculous. What is this file? Oh, that's a monster sheet. Got it. That was back when I needed images for monster sheets, I think. So yeah, that looks like the only file that I have from way back then. Sadly. Hello, Skirix. Seeing something in the thumbnail to this, but nah. I don't have anything here either. Okay. That said, here's some other art I have of Tamriel that I've had made over the years. Unfortunately, it really does look like the only images of Silana / Neenly that I have are like either the newest ones that were made or the like one really old image of Silana from from ever ago, basically. I don't have any other more recent like World of Warcraft images or anything of Silana that I can see. So, otherwise I would have shown, like what Silana was supposed to look like, you know, with her like actual hunter gear, like leather, like hunter gear and stuff, but I don't appear to have that stuff anywhere, sadly. This is, hang on. Yeah, this one will work fine. This is the most recent, art of Tamriel I've had made. So, you can see that she, you know, has had this one style, you know, ever since the beginning. Tamriel used to, in World of Warcraft, Tamriel would wear the calico gear. Let me check one other possible location, which is something online. I may not have actual, like I might have like saved it to a certain like online site that I don't know if I have it anymore. If I do, it is going to be super old, so I'm gonna have to do a lot of scrolling because there's no good way to check the archives of this without just scrolling down and 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 down. Again, there's so much just crap in here though. Well, that's unfortunate. Apparently I never uploaded an image of Silana in the World of Warcraft style, even way back then. So that's unfortunate. I have pictures of I have the one that I showed earlier that has Ronwyn, Tamriel, and Silana all in their warlock state. And then I have like Ronwyn in her Death Knight state. But I don't have any of Tamriel in like her normal attire, unfortunately, which is really unfortunate. I was not in the habit of keeping my screenshots from MMOs back then. So I actually still have every single picture, every single screenshot that I have ever taken in FF14 on my computer. Every single freaking one. All the way as far back as 2022. Look at this. Literally 2022. Cassandra. Freaking, these are some really old pictures that I have here. I know I should be continuing the quest line and all that, but like now I'm kind of reminiscing. I don't know if anybody ever watched the Kazumi episodes that I did of Realm Reborn. But I have some pictures of... You get more random people in here. Very true. Very true. Very true. No, see, if I was going to put one up to cover the chat, I could do this one. And then just like put it down here. I might have a bad habit of taking pictures of my girls. You know, in their outfits, you know, in their revealing attire. I do enjoy my girls in revealing attire, you know. So again, these are all from 2022. So whoops. I forgot to hit the delete button on that last one. Not delete, but remove button. Oh, if I hit Control F, I can just automatically fit to screen, apparently. But only if I'm clicked into OBS, apparently. This was the first thing that I ever got in the way of attire. When I got off of the free trial. Let's see, this was in July 26th, 2022. The day that I got off of free trial, one of my friends from back then was like, "You can trade now." I'm like, "Yes." And then they handed me this. This is an item that you can't make until level 80. So even to this day, it is inaccessible on free trial. So it's a little unfortunate that you can't really like get. You can't get that even on free trial. Here's more of Kazumi. I have so many freaking screenshots from FF14, dude. Like, you know, I have some. Well, actually, no. This is Ketchy. This was me taking a picture of Ketchy to send to a friend of mine that Ketchy was based off of. It was one of my friend's OCs. This was back in Moonfire Fair of 2022. I had gotten this on Cassandra, and I was like, okay, I have to get this on Kazumi. And since I was doing episodes at the time, I recorded myself doing the Moonfire Fair. I had a phase where Cassandra just had blue hair. That was just her thing. I don't remember this phase, but I have so many of these images where Cassandra has blue hair. Nope, that was not what I thought it was. There was also a small period. I don't know if I have any. Oh, this is the first time she started having the black hair. There was a small period where she had not only blue hair, but she had pigtails. I have very few screenshots of this, it seems, because I'm struggling to find these. She had pigtails. It lasted for, let's see, 909. See, that one's 910. What about this one? Nope, she still had pigtails even then, okay. This one, what was this? Where the heck is this? What is this a screenshot of? What? I don't even know where this is. It looks like freaking Labyrinth of the Ancients, but like, why would I have a screenshot in Labyrinth of the Ancients? I don't even know where this is a screenshot of. That's weird. I love when I don't know what the frick I'm looking at. Oh, here's another Kazumi picture. And some of these are pictures that I was using as thumbnails. Because Pretty Lala. I mean, yes, but also, like, I mean, we were grouped together for some reason. Like, I don't know who these are at all. But, like, I took a picture of me and other people grouped together for some reason. And I don't remember what we were grouped up for, or what this was. In fact, you can't even see everybody in the picture. Like, there's a person that's behind, like, the light structure there. And then there's a person behind this, like, Mikote dude on the left side. But I don't know what any of this is. This was me taking images of freaking of the orchestrion because I wanted to know what songs I had and what songs I was looking for. So, nope, I still had pigtails back in, what is that, September 22nd. It looks like this guy is, like, yelling at me, but I just didn't know how to turn off player characters at the time. And right as I hit the print screen button, this guy just ran in front of me. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Oh, how about that? This is almost even a full month later. So I guess I had the pigtails for over a month. I thought I only had it for like a week or two. Yeah, you can turn off other players in the group pose. If I open up group pose here, and then I make it so that she stops using freaking emote. But yeah, if I, go in here into the group pose, if I go down to this fifth button here, you can turn off, basically everything. I can turn off the NPCs. Well, now apparently not those NPCs. There we go. Turn off the NPCs. I can turn off certain objects. I can turn off minions, pets, player characters. But yeah, you just go into here, and you can tell it to turn people off. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking just like normal in-game, there's not much you can do. They did add quest progression settings, where you can hide nearby players if you're close to a quest NPC, or hide nearby players when interacting with quest NPCs. But unfortunately, I don't think you can physically turn off, like, people, You didn't even know the group pose was a thing. Yeah. Yep. You just, go into... Let me reset my pose by doing sit. You just click the group pose button, and you've got all kinds of settings. You can manually adjust the brightness of the image if you want, or just leave it at normal. You can flip the image 180 degrees in either direction. So, if I wanted a sideways image, for whatever reason, I could. And this is how I get those, like, really close-up shots. Not only can you, like, zoom in, but if you use WASD, you can, like, move the camera around in group pose. But then also, and I done goofed, and I don't remember what button to reset that. But also, not only can you, like, just adjust the camera itself to be as zoomed in as you can normally get it, you can then do camera position up to 200. And this is how I get the zoomed in on, the chest or the head, or, these are how I make those, If it wasn't a Lala, I could do it here, but, Lalas don't exactly have anything to zoom in on, which is probably not a bad thing. So you can add, like, a little, like, visual limb. You can make that limb wider or more circular. You can even, like, change the color of it. If I wanted, like, a really green limb, or, I actually knew anything about freaking color theory and knew how to, like, do pink, I could, like, adjust these to get, like, a pink. And it's like, yeah, a nice pink, like, ooh, I'm in love kind of looking thing. can also do like lights. You know, if it's too dark in the image and adjusting the brightness manually isn't enough, you can add lights. And also, once you place the light, it stays there. So like, if I zoom way the heck in and I come at it from like the side and I turn it on, I can then zoom out and you can see the light still there in that spot. And I can get like cool mood lighting and stuff. You can also change just like the type of the light. Not entirely sure the difference between these. Clearly type 3 is the brightest. You know, you can also of course adjust the coloring. So if I wanted to, you know, make like a pink color or something, I could eventually, with enough manipulation, do that. So then, you know, if I wanted to take a screenshot where she's mid emote of some kind, I can now make her emote. Some emotes you can only do if you like start the emote outside of the group pose and then go into it, which can be a little annoying. And then if you're looking for like a specific frame, but you don't want to have to like try to hit print screen at the right time, you can just disable motion at whatever, you know, spot you want. And then it's like, okay, so maybe I want this pose, but I'm looking at this going, I don't really like this particular angle. Maybe I want to bring it down a little bit or bring it around, or, you know, hey, that's a good shot, you know. And then you don't have to try and like do that while also working on this stuff. But not all emotes can be used from this screen, unfortunately. So that one can. You make a dance, you make a box. But yeah, there are some of these, like, I can't make her sit, for example. I also can't, like, put her in a neutral pose once she has once I have started to emote her, which is annoying. But I can also decide if she faces the camera. But what I can also do is have her face the camera and then turn the camera away. You know? If you track camera, then she will, like, well, her eyes will move. Her eyes will track to the camera. But if you want to, like, actually get her to, like, keep focusing on the camera, you have to kind of like go back in and like reset the face camera. Can be a little annoying, but it also just depends on what you're looking for, really. So but yeah, there's all kinds of cool stuff that you can do in this. You can, you know, if it was daytime or like even right now, you know, the moon's right here. I don't want the moon to move. So I have stop time / weather on. But as soon as I leave group pose, you'll notice the time has moved. You know? That's like, if you find a good like shade, you know, lighting that you like from, you know, whatever time, you can just go into the group pose and then you don't have to worry about losing that timing. And you can mess around and play around with stuff, so. But yeah, unfortunately, hiding NPCs and stuff, that is only a group pose thing, so. If you want to hide NPCs beyond that, unfortunately, I do not know of any way to do that. So they don't particularly like to give you a lot of like options when it comes to, you know, showing or hiding other players just in general. They have no problems doing it in group pose, but they don't really want you to do that otherwise. Which, I get, it is an MMO, but also, frick, dude. Like, sometimes I need to be able to see what I'm doing, and it would be nice to freaking hide the players normally. So, but it is what it is. So now that we've been on that tangent for the last, like, half hour, let me just share 2 more pictures from my 2022 folder here. This is just me working on relic weapons back in, for Black Mage, or Red Mage. Back in Boja. And I had to take a picture the moment that I realized that in one scene, literally one scene in the entire game, Creel has her hood down. Literally the only scene in the game that I'm aware of. Like, there might be one more where at, like, several levels later when you're all, like, grouped around and eating, but you don't get a good, like, view of Creel without her hood on in, like, any of the other scenes. And so it was like, yes, I must have this because holy frick, she's super adorable. And why does she have to wear the hood? Because I want to see her with her hood down. Like, her having her hood down is the best. Freaking, I want more. I want more hood down Creel. I really do. Here you go. This is the start. This is the start of my 2023 folder. According to this, on January 2nd. So, you know, the the second day of 2023. The first screenshots I took were just a bunch of pictures of Cassandra in her bathing suit in Limsa. I definitely didn't take a fully focused on her chest image at all. I don't know what you're talking about. Nope, that never happened. I have a really bad... I have like 50 pictures in this freaking... in my screenshots that are literally either, you know, chest focused or like back focused, because there's just something about like a bare back on women that I can't resist that. I mean, that one's not, you know, a completely bare, you know, completely exposed back. But there really is something about women wearing, either wearing outfits that have their back exposed, or not wearing anything in the upper regions. But then having their back turned. So and I still remember the very first time I ever did Euphrasia, and you get to Menfina, and I went, oh no, she's hot. And I like scrambled to take screenshot. Menfina is 100% my favorite of the 12. Like, sure, Nafika has a really exposing outfit, like she does, and I get that. But there's just something about Menfina. I don't know what it is. Oh no, she's hot. Like, I literally, like, I saw that. I saw her, and I just immediately was just like, oh no, she's hot. What do I do? Also, my very first screenshot of Rin. Because I had originally planned to do Realm Reborn content with Rin. And run through all of Realm Reborn with her. But then I got tired of it, and so we just, that's why we started Heavensward, because I got freaking bored of doing Realm Reborn. And I definitely don't have many more pictures of Cassandra that are focused. Definitely not. Not in the slightest bit. Why would you ever think that I would have screenshots of Cassandra that are very focused? Like, I definitely don't have this one, for example. I hate myself sometimes. I think this was one of my thumbnails for Endwalker, cause creepy. Just saying. Just saying. But yeah, I take screenshots. I take screenshots. Apparently this is a tradition. January 2nd of this year. Apparently this is just a tradition that I have done. This one's in Kalusia instead of Limsa. But yeah, all of these were done on the 2nd of January this exact year. This one I really liked, just because not only did I like the framing, but I liked the colors and whatnot. I thought it looked really good. And I definitely didn't take any focused pictures of Cassandra during those scenes. Oh, look, here's another one. Here's another one with her hood down. You just can't see the ponytail or the bow very well. But yeah. And I also definitely haven't done this exact same thing where I take focused pictures with Rin. I definitely have not. You know? Although admittedly I don't think I have any, I legitimately don't think I have any that are, well, never mind. Because I definitely don't have any very focused pictures featuring Rin either. Nope, not in the slightest. Not at all. Why would I take pictures of Rin or Cassandra that are extremely focused? Like, I wouldn't do that. Not at all. I don't have, you know, I'm not a girl that has a thing for other girls or anything, and enjoys putting them in tiny outfits because they're hot. Not at all. Nope. Not in the slightest. But yeah, so now that we've been doing that for the last, like, hour, you know? Just the pretty one. Right. Yeah, just the pretty ones, you know? Remember when I said that I was only going to show 2 more screenshots? And then I have shown many more since then? I really like the music in this zone so far. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I've just been listening to it this entire time, and I love this music in this zone. I really do. It's really nice. Actually, that one's a little hard to see. There we go. We can stick a picture of Mikote Cassandra up there. Oops, right, I can't fly. So Seriously, you get so used to being able to fly, you know? A friend, I take it. Sorry to have kept you both waiting. Unruly wildlife's not the only source of recent distress, I'm afraid. Also been a rise in robberies targeting merchants. As a result, we've got a lengthy list of folks wanting to use our Ronique. Which is why I have to ask that you stop at Sheshenawezi Springs. And that's fine, of course. But why haven't the Dust Watch dealt with this banditry? Jamaica and his fellows are doing what they can. They reckon the bandits are operating as a gang. Rounding them all up's easier said than done. If you have anything of value, you'll want to take care. Thank you for the warning. I'll be sure to stay vigilant. Right then, if you're ready to set off, I'll see you on your way. Ready? Then saddle up. Your friend seems to know the way, so I won't bother giving you directions. Mount the Ronique. My Ronique is a bit smaller. Cause, you know, this is your first time, so let's take it slow. Take care not to let it toss you. I continue to be struck by how much Saloni has changed. That's interesting. Even though I have the camera not set to do that, it still does it on this. A town we just visited wasn't even here several years ago. There's few reliable opportunities to replenish water supplies. Travelers turn to nopal-tenders. That's just for the water in their stems, mind. The fruits are also said to be both nutritious and delicious. Ah! Got it. Nopal, the cactus people. They're just not called cactuar here. It's that hole there. Some might hope to find water there. But it is brimming with cerulean. Eruption of flames from within make for spectacle, inspiring cautionary tales of people who wandered too close. The Wallaquee, meanwhile, showed great reverence to ceruleum and its blue flames. But that is a distinction for another time. Or here. Discussion, rather. It's a good thing for these Ronique. No sooner did we dismount than the next passengers are already on their way. They really are short on Ronique. Now then. This is Sheshenawezi Springs. Perhaps the busiest town here in Shaloni. People travel here from all over to find their fortune. The change come to Husatawi was surprising enough. But this is no less impressive. They've achieved a great deal in the 3 years I've been away. Station is on the eastern side of town, but there should still be time before the next train departs. If you don't mind, I'd like to pay a visit to an old friend of my mentor. Iate is her name, and if she learned that I passed through without saying a word, she'd never let me hear the end of it. She set out from our village some 10 years ago, hoping to earn coin as she traveled about Tyrol. I can but assume she too came here seeking greater opportunities. In any case, let us see if we can find her. Her blue hair should make her easy to spot. Quick question. I mean, not one that, anybody here can answer. I just wanted to check something. And sadly, it seems that the answer to my question is a resounding no. Okay. It's not a big deal. I don't think I was able to save any of the FF14 screenshots from my previous computer. So, cause I realized, like, I was missing a couple of images. Cassandra used to look very different than even that, like, image that I showed that was the earliest picture that I had of Cassandra. So... Yes, I'm Yate, and who might you be? She is my friend. Could it be? Goodness, it is. Elena... Erinville, yes. That's gonna be important somewhere. Man grown. You're such a darling little thing as a child. You know, it's only been 3 years since last we spoke. Really, only 3? Suppose it all starts to get hazy after a while, living as long as we do. Well, this is Iate. She's known my mentor since they were children. Nice to meet you. Hello. Never thought I'd see the day when you travel with company. You really have grown, Ellenspiel. Elen, what now? Is that what they call you here? Elen, what now? Lenspiel. Alright. I was born Elenspia. I adopted a new name when I became a gleaner, one that adheres to Eastern VR conventions, so as to avoid drawing attention. Also, I think there was like a exclamation and I thought it was an L or something. Given this is homecoming, it was only a matter of time before you found out. Nevertheless, I would appreciate it if you would continue using my chosen name. A homecoming? You know, I've been thinking of paying that old stomping ground to visit myself. It would be great to see Kashua again. She's the finest archer I know, Lenspia's mother and mentor. Every time I dropped by, she'd treat us to a veritable feast prepared with fresh game she'd hunted herself. Isn't that one of the people that I'm helping in the quest line? Impressive with the bow too, Iate, even among the Shatona. Oh, I couldn't compare to Kashua. Kashua. I have no idea. I'm just gonna keep saying it however the sounds come out. But her skill at arms pales in comparison to her knowledge of nature. That's what earned her a place among Glul-Jaja's traveling companions, after all. Ah, yeah, now I remember. She was mentioned during a lot of the Glul-Jaja storylines. She was also always the inquisitive sort, but her journey across Tyrol lit a fire in her. Even after Lenspia was born, she often left him in my care, so that she could embark on another expedition in search of the unknown. Oh, how you would cry and beg her to take you along. It must have been hard on you. Yate, please. What? We're all friends here, aren't we? No matter how many times he asked, the answer was always the same. You can come when you prove you're a true explorer. Thus did she task me with finding the Golden City. Despite my best efforts, all paths led nowhere. I assumed it was but a dreamer's fancy, ploy to goad me into experiencing the wider world. But it was real, and we found it. You found it? As part of the rite of secession. I assumed everyone had heard. That's amazing! Oh, she'll be thrilled. And eager to bombard me with questions, no doubt. Well, we should be on our way. Thank you so much for stopping by. Give my best to Kashuya. Help! I need help! Whoa. Help me! Well, what's that about? We'll investigate. Please wait here. Find the blue-haired Chitona. I got me swords ready. No doubt these are the infamous local bandits. Please, you have to help. I've been robbed. It's Namika, Wuklamat's nursemaid. Heronville, Cassandra. Come any closer and we'll slit her throat from ear to ear. If you so much as nick her skin, you won't live to regret it. Oh yeah? Hold on. Did you say this is Wuklamat's nursemaid? Maybe this ain't such a good idea. Take the goods to the boss. We'll deal with this. Please, you have to give it back. Well, time to kill 2 bandits. I'm going after Namika. The slot I leave to you. Sure. Time to kill 2 bandits. Cocky bastard. I'll hang him by the ears and feed the old woman to the dogs. We can deal with them later. First, we need to put this one in the dirt. Yeah. You feel free to try. Damn it all. Doesn't know when to quit. Dead if the boss finds out. I mean, I think you're just dead now, so I think you don't have anything to worry about with the boss. I know. This is one of the rare occasions where I actually did deal non-lethal damage. Whee! Whee! Thank you. Don't know what I would have done without you. Bandit managed to get away, but I have an idea of where they're headed. You said they stole something from you. The bracelet was a parting gift from Wook-Lamont. I see. Close as you two were, I can only imagine how much it meant to you. But what brings you all this way? With the rite of succession ended and Wook-Lamont crowned the next Dawn servant, she's ready to stand on her own. Told her as much, and of my plan to return home to Yasulani. She gave me the bracelet that I might always remember our time together. It filled me with such joy, I wanted everyone to know. Everyone to see this wonderful gift given to me by the vow of resolve. And now it's gone. I would have let them take every coin to my name, if only they had left me that bracelet. I would ask what you intend to do, but I know that look. We're getting that bracelet back. I'll knock them senseless. It's what Wook-Lamont would want. Please, you mustn't put yourself in harm's way for my sake. I can assure you no harm will come to us. Cassandra will make certain of that. I understand your methods can be brutal, but it would be wise to show some restraint, lest you find yourself on the wrong side of the law. Perhaps I should come as well, to be sure all proceeds as it should. I don't know what to say. I can see why Wook-Lamont put so much faith in you both. Before anything else, let's see her back to Sheshinawezi Springs. She'll be safer in town, and with Ayate there to keep an eye on her, we should have nothing to worry about. Thank you, both of you. Non-lethal Serene, right? It's so rare that we ever actually deal non-lethal damage to, like, anybody in these, well, like, in these quest lines. Almost every time we fight somebody, they die. At least in these, like, ones where it's just these, like, random dudes like that. It's like, oh, here's some bandits. So it's just like, okay, well, they're dead. What do you mean non-lethal damage? I'm an adventurer! Hanville told me what happened. You needn't worry about Namika. If those bandits should find us, I'll kick up a fuss and see them driven off. The bracelet meant everything to her, and those bastards wouldn't care even if they knew. Makes me sick. But at least she's safe, and I know you'll set things right. Wow, we're still on level 95 content, interestingly enough. Braced for trouble. Aaronville's composed demeanor belies his eagerness to help Namika. Give me one quick second. Literally just had to get up long enough to flip the light switch. So. Alright, let's go and recover that bracelet. While I have nothing but contempt for these bandits, as this involves a gift from Wook-Lamont, we must be mindful how our actions might reflect upon her. I doubt Namika would find joy in the return of said gift if lives were taken in the process. If it comes to violence, I ask that you stop short of killing them. The rest we can leave to the Dust Watch. Well, now, that makes me think you're strong. Really strong, are ya? Also, I probably should be giving these people, like, southern accents. Well, I don't know. Like, did the people in the Wild West usually have southern? Probably not, come to think of it. So, like, I suppose some did, you know. Like, there's always that stereotype of, like, the girl that's like, hey, y'all, you know? But I don't think that was, like, the normal. I may have saved the star on one occasion. No more than any other adventurer. Aren't we humble now? But the matter-of-fact way you say it makes me think it's a tremendous understatement. If your curiosity has been sated, then please indulge mine. Is there anything you can tell us about these bandits? Let's see. Well, of late there's been talk about some unsavory types coming and going from Tanatan Yaoi to the southwest. Is that the old mining town that was abandoned? That's the one. Now that cerulean extraction is big business, no one wants to waste their time picking at the dried up veins there. Sounds like a perfect lair for bandits. Not to mention that the one with the bracelet fled in that direction. So you'll be investigating the place? I can let the Dust Watch know if you like. No, not yet. It would be best if we went alone. There's something I'd like to ascertain, if you've no objections. Right then, let's be off. Where are we at, anyway? 3.5 hours? Not too bad, not too bad. I don't remember. Did I attune to this? Yes, I did. Okay. Was thinking I probably did, but I legitimately couldn't remember, so I was like, I'll just check. I heard they're planning to build another rig. We're gonna need more hands then. That said, no idea where any of the ether currents are. I don't know if I might have, like, missed the one that was even up there. Whoops. That was not the ether compass. 265 east from here. Okay. Also, a lot of ceruleum elementals in this area. That's new. I don't think we've seen a ceruleum elemental before. Seems the bandits have claimed this place for themselves. Also, I literally just had, like, a random, like, 1 second of falling asleep. Not even tired, but yet, for some reason, I had just, like, a 1 second, like, I fell asleep. I made no attempt to conceal their presence. How can the Dust Watch not have noticed by now? A question for another time. First, we must find the bracelet. I don't see the bandits who had it. Perhaps they're in one of the buildings. Ramshackle as they are, should prove a simple thing to eavesdrop on anyone inside. If you would go and have a look around, I'll keep watch for trouble. 14 does that to you too. Oof. Good. Here I thought we were going to get some kind of, like, stealth mission. But no. Very good. And I can just run willy-nilly and crazy. All I want. Bandits will not notice you here. You can safely eavesdrop on any inside. As you lean in to listen, you begin to pick out voices in the muffled chatter. Don't know where we'd be without him. Probably shoveling sand, praying we'd strike it rich. Ain't that the truth? Only an idiot would work with the mind with easier money to be had. Not when we got a boss who'd keep the dust watch off our backs. Ha! Hey, watch what you say. Wind's got a way of carrying secrets to the wrong ears. Maybe so, but who'd ever believe one of them sated souls was running our crew? That drunk who brought you a story about the gold shit in alpaca, am I right? Ha 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 ha! So I did suspect that the moment that they introduced that guy, I was like, he's gonna be the villain. I was like, no way that guy is actually good. Sure enough. Interesting that this guy still uses the old version of Overpower, considering that he's a Dawntrail NPC. I definitely didn't kill him, right? What, me use non-lethal force? When would that ever happen? He's not dead. He's just, sleeping. Yeah, that's it. He's just taking a very long nap. Familiar voice rings out through the wall. Let me out of here, you bastard! Shut your mouth, you swiveling little brat. Make me hit you all back for framing my friends. The vulture, most of all. You tell him he can eat shit. How about we give you the chance to tell him yourself? We'll see how tough you are then. Like I said, what a surprise! If I just kill everybody here, then I can just go back and be like, hey, your bandit problem's, solved. So lead in to listen. You hear someone entering the room on the other side. Brought back a prize you're gonna love, boss. Have a look at this bracelet. Beautiful, ain't it? Bet it was made by a famous artisan. You idiot! How are we supposed to move something like this without attracting attention? Boss, please, I'm sorry. I reckon we can find a sailor who won't ask questions. Sell it for a song. Here, your reward. Don't bring me this kind of grief again. I won't, boss. Thank you. Finished, are you? Let's retreat for now. So, were you able to learn anything? Oh yeah! Dustwatch is part of the bandits. Our leader is a man of the Dustwatch. I would explain why these bandits have been able to do as they please. You say they gave the bracelet to him. Seems we have our work cut out for us. Did you hear anything else of note? It's the vulture. Zakawa. That's the boy who confronted one of the officers in town, isn't it? You say they threatened to take him to speak with the vulture. Their leader's alias, no doubt. Fitting for a man who preys on the helpless. Well then, not only do we have a better idea of who's behind the recent rash of robberies in Husatawi, we also know he has the bracelet. Retrieving it without bloodshed will prove difficult, though, if he's that quick to point a gun at his own underlings. Need to get him alone. I'll storm the hideout. I can take him. Direct approach may have served you well in the past, but won't suffice here. Huete is the deputy chief of the Dustwatch. He could claim we're the criminals in all this. No few people would believe him. I might have a plan. There's a small settlement to the southeast of here. Oh my gosh. Lueten in Yawausa. Meet me there and I'll explain everything. I'm sorry, could you say that, like, again? Could you say that again? 'Cause I'm pretty sure I didn't understand the 30-syllable name that you just gave me. Like, frick, dude. Ooh, golems. I think they're wild Dara. Oh yeah, some kind of cerulean golem. They have like ceruleum glowing out of their faces. I mean, they could just be a type of like ceruleum elemental too. So. No pallet tenders. Lueten Yawasa. That's a word. A bug in sight, thank goodness. If we're to retrieve the bracelet without conflict, it won't be done barging in through the front door. We'll have to lure him out. To do that, we'll avail ourselves of Yehihisaya, dragon-like creatures that live to the south of here. It's their breeding season, you see. The males will flock to the scent of a female in heat. With a few ingredients and a sample of their feces, and create an attractant that resembles this scent when burned. We can then lure the Yihihiseya into the bandits' hideout, flushing out the vulture and his gang. Then, while they contend with our flying friends, we can sneak in and search for the bracelet. I'm afraid I must ask that you collect the excrement. While you see to that, I will go and procure the remaining ingredients. Yihihisewe. Before you say anything, I do not ask this because of any aversion to feces. It would simply be easier for me to find the specific species of wild plants we require. Here, take these 3 pouches. See them filled and I will handle the rest. Goody. I always love it when a quest sends me after poop. $356 to the west. Probably along the edge of that thing, that spot there, then. Northwest? North and west. I don't think it could be up there, because that seems like an area that can only be reached by flight. Or through a tunnel. Canyon. Whatever. This looks more like a tunnel than a canyon, though, just saying. I was at 50, but the whole game was poop. No, I don't think there's been any other poop quests in 14 thus far. Well, plenty of theories about what these images mean. Some think they're a record of what our ancestors saw in their day-to-day lives. Others think they might depict another world entirely. All I know is that my wife used to love coming here to look at them. That's the only thing that matters to me. I mean, it's definitely bones. Oh! I didn't see this. I didn't see the markings. I just saw the bones. Weird. Them some markings, that's for sure. It's like a person... Oh no, wait, that's like a lizard. I thought it was a person falling. If you look at it from this direction and go up, it looks like a head, arms, and then a body. So, it's like a person falling to me. Very strange. I didn't even see these 2 people were standing here. When did they appear? But I legitimately did not see them. Canyon. And I assume that these are the Yawa Diadapas, the Yehihiseya. I have no idea how else you're supposed to pronounce that. Survey the area, but see no sign of Yihihisea droppings. I don't know that I would call them dragon. They're like pterodactyl looking dudes. Well, I just screwed up that entire combo, so that was good. Oh look, a foul-smelling nest. Find a pile of droppings and gingerly scoop them into your pouch. That's a dwarf mount, actually, from Shadowbringers. I would assume, anyway. I don't know how where else you would get it. So I am not entirely sure, just purely on the fact that, like, I'm thinking that's just straight up a freaking Triceratops. Lunyu Hisyashahe. Lun yu his the he she he lun yu he shahi. What are these names, dude? Lun yu kawapaya. It's a freaking T-Rex. Just call it a T-Rex. Somebody's gonna be like, but Serene, you gotta realize this is the thing, and like it has to do with this thing that's like this particular culture, and it's a T-Rex. It's a T-Rex. Call it a T-Rex. Like, great, other culture stuff is whatever, but it's fine, but like, it's a T-Rex. Just call it a T-Rex. Finished already, are we? Leavings-filled sack. A small hemp sack full to bursting with leavings. Though you pray to the 12, it doesn't actually burst. Excellent. This will do nicely. What's left is a mix of feces with tumblecloth fibers, dried nopalitender root, and a generous helping of animal fat. Come, let's go back to Tanaten Yawi. Like, I'm sure that these things come from, like, Native American, like, culture in some way. Since this is all North America, you know, medieval period, like, North America. And so it would just make sense that, you know, being that the Native Americans were the Native Americans of the time, you know, then it just makes sense that that's probably what they're basing it on. But, like, it's a T-Rex and a pterodactyl. Everything is ready. Time to set our plan into motion. Glowing smoke Aaronville's gaze is fixed on the bandits' hideout. A fair number appear to be gathered inside. Now's our chance. I will keep watch from here. The attractant I leave to you. Toss it into the bonfire near the middle of town. The Yihihi-Siya will come soon after. Pterodactyls. The pterodactyls. Ay. But seriously, they're pterodactyls. Foul-smelling attractant, a sack of ingredients that, when burned, is guaranteed to attack Yihihi-Saya and leave near everything else fit to retch. I can honestly say that the only thing I know about FF15 is that there's an event in FF14 that is a collaboration with 15. So what's that smell? And you fight a big freaking like mech thing during it. And the quest line is literally like 5 minutes long. Ugh, that reeks. What did you put in the fire? It wasn't me, I swear. Ugh, something die? Someone want to explain that ungodly stench to me. Hello, Wihute. Uh-oh. He has the bracelet on him. R.I.P. our plan, then. Boss, over there. Huh? What in the world? Ah! Run for your lives! So the smoke's what drew them here. I swear, when I find out who did this. I'd say our friends have stirred up enough trouble. Time to retrieve the bracelet. Hey, what's going on out there? I'm still in here in case you've forgotten. Sit tight, we'll be back for you. What? Gotta get me out of here now. They're gonna kill me. I'm begging you, please. I'll heal you. Shit. Who was that? Hey, you gonna help me or what? The bracelet must wait. Let's break him out and withdraw for now. All that effort and not to show for it. It's fine, he literally had the bracelet anyway. Sorry about that, but damn! Didn't think anyone would have the balls to take on the Vulture. I need to apologize for planning to save you, eventually. Really? I don't even know who you are. Secret admirers of mine or something? I'm just having fun with you, but I do appreciate the help. This man they call the Vulture. I've seen his face before. Was he not the officer you confronted in town? One and the same. When he's not masquerading as a gang leader, he serves as deputy chief of the Dust Watch. That would explain why the bandits are so confident they can avoid capture. Trying to get back something the Vulture stole, right? Let me help. It's the least I can do after you bailed me out back there. I have an idea where he's hid his cash. Reckon he's headed there now, too. We can go together. I've got a score to settle with him myself. I don't doubt that you do, but we need to know what it is first. Will you tell us? Right, so those bandits at Tonatan Yawi called the Daybreakers. It was me and my friends that founded that group. But it wasn't a gang of cutthroats, not back then. We just wanted to protect people who couldn't protect themselves. Kids being harassed by bullies, workers being exploited by the mining concerns. Folks who needed help to even the odds. That was 3 years ago. Whenever we found someone scheming in the shadows, we settled matters the best way we knew how. With a duel. I see. By the old laws, anyone who loses in a duel must be held to account for their crimes, even those in positions of authority. We made damn sure they did every time. Before we knew it, a small band of friends commanded a force to be reckoned with. Then about a year ago, the Vulture and his thugs showed up. They got the better of us and took over the Daybreakers. Everyone was afraid of him, so they did his bidding without question. When he showed them how they could make a fortune easily, that was when he really won them over. How the Daybreakers is nothing but a bunch of bandits and cutthroats who prey on the people it was created to protect. I talked it over with my friends, Quikana and Liwin. We all agreed that the only way to stop him was to challenge him to a duel. And he accepted. Still remember how he gloated that he'd win. But when the city came, he showed up with the Dust Watch and had my friends arrested on charges of robbery. So if that wasn't enough, he set their bail at a price no one could ever hope to pay. With them locked away, there was no one left to help me. None of my old friends from the Daybreakers, certainly not the Dust Watch. And that's why you were ready to challenge him in the middle of town. It was, till that guy with the spear stopped me. The sooner that I stepped out of town than the Vulture's minions caught me by surprise. Took me prisoner then. Well, you know the rest. So the Dust Watch would be of no help. They're all working for the Vulture then. No, not all of them. The sheriff, Kamaka, he's as honest as they come. Staunch keeper of the peace. Problem is, he's a little too trusting and doesn't suspect a thing. For when my word against the deputy chiefs, who do you think he'd believe? Well, if he knows where this vulture keeps his spoils, perhaps he can help us recover Namika's bracelet. What do you think? For what it's worth, I'd have a plan. I can't do it alone. The plan? All I ask is that you hear me out. But not here. I've been waiting for you at Shishinewezi Springs. Shishinewezi. Guess we can decide what to do after he gives us the pitch. Ain't that always the way it is, though? You think you're the good guys? Then you find out that the authorities are the bad guys. Right up there. Good, you're here. This is where he hides his loot. Expect he'll show up soon. Law of the land. Anvil looks expectantly for Wihuete. Well, look who it is. Storing stolen goods here seems risky, but I suppose it's an option for someone with his authority. Yeah, he moves the spoils in cerulean barrels, and no one would think to look. They're mixed in with regular shipments of fuel to Tulialal, where they're sold off. And you said he stole a bracelet of yours, right? If he knows you're on his tail, chances are he'll be eager to get what he can for it. But I doubt he trusts a lackey with that business, given the provenance of the piece. No, I'll wager he's not letting that bracelet out of his sight till he's got coin in hand. I'm unsure what to make of you after Husatawi. I'm glad to see you're more than an impulsive child. Well, not my finest hour, I'll admit. But there's a lesson in that. A vulture's a slippery bastard. If we're gonna catch him, we need to back him into a corner with hard evidence. That's my plan. First, we need to lure him away from here. Over to Husatawi would be ideal. For that, I need one of you to help me. This will buy time for the other to search the barrels for any stolen goods. Using that, we'll expose him as a criminal. There's no way to tell if Wihute is carrying the bracelet. But regardless, there'll be time enough to find it once he's behind bars. He won't simply feign innocence. But won't he simply feign innocence? Oh, he'll try. And that's when I'll challenge him to a duel. A duel? That approach didn't work out so well for your friends, as I recall. True, but unlike before, I'll challenge him in front of the whole town. That way, he won't be able to wriggle out of it like before. Every man, woman, and child of the wilds understands the importance of duels in the old laws. Deputy Chief would never disgrace himself by refusing. But wouldn't you be breaking the law by using a firearm in town? It's not as if we'd be using live rounds, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. What's important is that I get him to duel with as many witnesses as possible. When he loses, and he will lose, that'll be the end of the Vulture. Plan is not without flaws, but what do you think? I say let Zakawa have his duel. We can trust in the old laws, as long as we get the bracelet back. Thanks. I sure was lucky running into the two of you. I won't regret this, I promise. If you're satisfied, then so am I. I knew I could count on you. I was seen in Tanatan Yaoi, so it's probably best I stay and search the barrels. And then you're with me. Tell the Vulture I tried to rob you, but you managed to overpower me. Even if he suspects a trap, he won't be able to resist taking the bait. I want to buy your friend as much time as possible, and make your way to Husatawi. Once you've got the Vulture there, I'll take care of the rest. Alright then, let's get to it. The Yihi Seiya were likely that Shatona's doing. What's his angle? Then there's the brat. Past time I dealt with him. Wihute is oblivious to your presence. Perhaps General Poke will get his attention. Maybe he shouldn't be talking, about things that happened there? Out loud? What's this? Ha! An unfamiliar face in these parts. Ahem. Have you need of the dust watch, miss? What? Sakawa tried to rob you, but you apprehended him. I see. So desperate was he to see his friends free from prison, he turned to a life of crime. How awful. I have my sincerest thanks, miss. Might it trouble you to take me to him? Wihute is now accompanying you. I mean, I just feel like we could just take him out back and do away with him. Ask about the springs. Not that this is an appropriate time for me to play tour guide, but if you insist. Shoshinowezi Springs, oh my god, is home to a thriving cerulean mining industry. Prospect of easy coin has attracted some undesirables, though. But seriously though, like, why don't I just, take this guy down here where we're out of all of the towns, and I deal with him so that he's just dead. And then he can't refute that he's innocent. Is this a place? I don't see him. Just a little further. I see. Very well, lead on. Like, yes, I do get that the idea is that he's the law enforcement, and should he suddenly go missing, that could be an issue. But like, he dies, we find his stuff, and then we go, hey, so, he attacked me. You know? There's gold in these fields. Blue gold. Ahem. Best be wary of the beasts in these parts, and may prefer to snack on ceruleum. For you, I reckon they'd make an exception. Like, come on. Like, I've dealt with worse situations than just this dude before. You know? Drag his, take him out, drag his corpse into the town, and it's like, look, he's got the stuff on him, just take him out back, right? Is this the place then? Could've sworn I left him here. Sorry, I'm still learning my way around. Is this some sort of joke? For the... Let's keep moving. It's like, we know where he has stored the stuff that he stole, right? So, like, we take him out back, we kill him, we put his, put all the stuff he stole onto him, and then we drag him into town, and it's like, look, he attacked me, and it turns out he's working with the bandits. Here's all the stuff that was stolen. This better be the place. I left him tied up around a big rock. Must have been a different rock. I do love this, though. My patience is wearing awfully thin, miss. If he isn't at the next place we stop, I may be forced to do something you and I would both dearly regret. It's like, who are they gonna believe? Nobody? Or the person that walks in carrying the dead guy that is carrying all of the stolen stuff? It's like, there was a much simpler way of dealing with this. I realize that the idea is that we're here for justice, but like, come on. With all the freaking like enemies that we've had to just go in and kill, all in the same name of justice, unless you'd rather I feed you one raw, needles and all, cut the chit chat. But like, really though, we're all the way out in the middle of nowhere, or we were earlier. Like, that's it. This is all it takes. You're really not wrong. It makes sense and everything. Yeah, I get what they're going for, but still. Alright, where is he? It's still just like, really though, we didn't need to do all of this. Like, we can prove that he was a bad guy. We just put the things, you know, we put the stuff that the bandits have on him. And we drag his corpse in there. Don't see him anywhere. Where's Zakawa? Tell me where he is, or I'll bury you in the same grave. Found it, he must have escaped. Goodness me, where could he have gone? That's it! I've had it with these games. I've had it with you. Hey, Wihuite! You looking for me? If you want to place me under arrest, you'll have to work a little harder. You'll be begging for a cell by the time I'm done with you. I have killed gods. For lesser judgment than this guy is getting.
おや、誰かと思えば悪党のデコア君じゃないですか。君もついに強盗に手を染めたと聞きましたよ。わざわざ捕まりに来てくれたとは。
いや、捕まるのはあんたの方だぜ。
あのアクセサリー私の。
俺のカバンじゃねえか。
盗品を見つけたとはお手柄ですね。
これはシェシェネ青林戦で見つけたものだ。トライオラに送られる予定だった樽の一つだな。青林水の定期輸送に紛れ込ませれば万が一にも幽連隊の検問に引っかかることはない。そうして盗品を運び出し監禁するつもりだったんだろう。
なんだって？一体誰がそんなことを？
なんでって？
誰がか。この一件の黒幕、つまり強盗どもの頭目は手下からある品を受け取っていた。武王ウクラマトがナミイカという名の乳母に送った腕輪だ。
ウクラマト様の。
なんだ、心当たりがあるのか？
知りませんね。知っていたらとっくに逮捕していますよ。
You would have had to arrest yourself. Oh, come off it. I saw you with the bracelet.
どういうことだね、ビフーテ君。
Wifute. At least that's how they've been saying it.
はめられたんです、隊長。確かに腕輪を持ってはいますが、これは広いもの。そうだ、罠です。強盗一味のこいつらが私を陥れようとした罠なんです。自警隊の副隊長である私が目障りだからって。
副隊長様なら当然この土地の掟を知らないわけないよな。この荒野に生きる奴なら誰もが知っている荒野の掟だ。
荒野の掟だと。
Correct.
ウィフーテ、お前に決闘を申し込む。俺様が勝てば俺様が正しい。あんたが勝てばあんたが正しい。おお、荒野の掟だ。いいぞ、やれやれ、決闘だ。
冗談も大概にしてほしいですね。そんな安い挑発に私が乗るとでも。
That's also a good
断
shot.
るのか。荒野の掟を断るなんてとんだ腰抜け野郎だぜ。
いいだろう、後悔するなよ。
うわー、デコはやっちまえ。
隊長、止めなくていいんですか？非致死性のゴム弾とはいえ街中ですよ。
いいから黙って見ておけ。
Tumbleweed turtle. Nice.
遅すぎてあくびが出ら。ハゲタカさんよ。
詳しく聞かせてもらうぞ。
Get wrecked.
おっさん、街中で決闘なんかして悪かったよ。もし法ってのに触れるんなら俺様を逮捕してもいい。その代わりダチは解放してくれ。冤罪なんだ、頼むよ。
確かにお前さんは銃を抜いた。銃を抜いたのはウィフーテの方が先だ。その後に発砲したとしてもそれは身を守るため。
Nice.
仲間の2人も釈放だ。
おっさん、意外と話がわかるじゃねえか。
まあ私も荒野の人間だからな。それにしてもまさかウィフーテが荒野の夜明け団を乗っ取っていたとはな。
なあ、ウィフーテの手下どもはどうなるんだ。トナテニャイにもまだ居座ってる奴らがいるが。
法を犯したという証拠があるものはな。だがそうでないものまで片っ端からというわけにはいかん。目を光らせながらもまっとうな道に戻れるよう機会を与えてみるさ。ではお前さんはどうするつもりだ。
俺様は何も変わらねえ。これからも悪い大人がいれば、そいつらから弱い奴らを守ってやるだけさ。荒野の掟でな。
ほれ、ウィフーテから取り戻したものだ。武王クラマト様の贈り物なんだろう。
ああ、あいつの大切な人への贈り物なんだ。
それじゃあ私はこれでバルチャー逮捕への協力に感謝する。
What? Meowing. It ended up being rather more complicated than expected. But all's well that ends well. Phew, finally it's over. Couldn't have brought him to justice without your help. Don't know how I'll ever repay you. Anvil is relieved to see everything set to rights. Ether currents! How do we have the bracelet? Let us return to Shishinawezi Springs. We'll be staying there long. I'd like to give you a proper thanks after I find my friends. We weren't planning on it, but there's no need to rush. We'll see you at the springs, then. Indeed, because I have ether current quests. Or at least one. Is it just one? Does seem like it's just this one. Ah! The other one spawned right over here. At, Luetin. There's still a lot that we haven't even seen. I assume we're taking the train from here and going over into this area. So when the bill comes due, Toan Zo is seeking help with a family matter. Say, aren't you the one who was stirring up a fuss in town not long ago? Could use a capable hand like yours if you'd be willing to lend it. Name's Tuanzo. I'm not from around here, truth be told. I live in Luetin, but I'm here visiting my grandson. I was excited to see him after so long, but then I spied him dealing with some unsavory-looking man, exchanging unusually large sums of money. I confronted him about what I saw, but he'll say little more than it's just a misunderstanding, and grumble as he changes the subject. I realize this is sudden, but could you see if there's anything to be done to help him? He's in trouble. I just know it. Could just be a misunderstanding, though. A weight's been lifted off my heart. Bless you, miss. His name's Zitekwa. Last I saw him, he was headed inside this here saloon. The Tana walked with a red cap, pulled down over his face to cover those bruises, most like. Can't miss him. He must be up on the second floor. Yes. New face in town, eh? Well, what can I do you for? Thinks I'm in trouble, does he? Here he goes jumping to conclusions as usual. Thought it'd be less of a hassle if I didn't tell him. Truth is, I've been helping other folk in town with their money troubles. Matter of fact, the man you saw leaving just a moment ago is one of my clients. Should probably explain from the beginning. My work involves loaning guild of folks having trouble with coin for one reason or another. There's a reason I don't lend them Pell, but I'll get to that in a moment. My family's lived here long before there was ever a town here. But then people moved in and they started expanding. For long, Kamaka's family approached us about selling our land. It was around this time when trade overseas was gained in popularity. I had it on good authority the guild was on its way to become common currency here in the wilds. So I decided to sell the land for gil, and use those funds to start my business. Sure enough, everything went as expected. The business is starting to do well. It's not without its trouble, seeing as money is involved, but I never lend to any unsavory types. Grandfather's worried sick about you. Why not simply explain all this to your grandfather? I mean, grandfather's not listening anyway, so that makes sense. The whole point of me keeping quiet was so I wouldn't make him worry. Seems my silence only made things worse. He found himself in a real tight corner once. Gil's what got him there. Now he wants nothing to do with the stuff. When I told him about my idea to sell the land, the moment Gil came out of my mouth, his whole mood turned sour. He said he'd put everything in my name, and whatever happens after that is on me. It's not exactly easy to bring up my work when it involves the one thing he seems to hate more than anything. And maybe it's time I change that. This job does more than just put food on the table. I'm able to help people, help this town. But how do I get him to see that? I've got it. You're going to come and watch me work. Grandpa won't hear anything I have to say if it involves Gil, but I might come around to a first-hand account from you. So come and see what good my work does for Husatawi, and how I help the people here. He did send you here to help me, didn't he? Perhaps to make it worth your while. Right then, before we get started, I should probably know who it is I'm working with. Cassandra, eh? Well, Cassandra, our first job is to go and see a miner named Wakwaze. Had a pretty bad accident on the job a while back. Had no money for treatment, or much of anything, really. I loaned him the gil he needed to keep on his feet. But now it's well past time he returns what he owes, and he hasn't said a word. It's been time enough for him to not only return back to work, but also receive his wages. Several times, in fact. He usually comes here into town when he's not working. His shift ends soon. Meet me just outside of town. We're lucky we'll catch him just as he arrives. Whee! Wakwaze, you here for the money? I was gonna pay, honest. I just mixed up the dates is all. Can we sell this later? I'm busy. I know you're lying, Wakwaze. You're not going anywhere until you can look me in the eye and tell me why you're late paying me back. It's obviously hiding something. I'm not looking to start trouble. Don't suppose there's anything you can do. Persuade him. Maybe a little flex to show him we're serious. Flex. Look at my scrawny little arms. Ye gods, look at those arms. Those are possibly chiseled neck muscles. Fine, just put all that away. But I don't have any of that. Like, this guy is way more buff than I am. Like, vastly. It's all here, and with interest. If you had the money, why go through all the trouble of avoiding me? When I was still on the mend, my lady friend took really good care of me, see? I wanted to buy her something fancy to thank her, and, well, I understand. Really, I do. If you really want to make her happy, you need to get your life together. I'm willing to give you a loan one last time. We're going to have a long talk about how to manage your savings first. You're right. What good am I to her if I'm out on the street without a gill, or even a pal to my name? I'll give it some thought. We can talk later. Can't blame him for wanting to show his appreciation to a loved one, but it's no excuse to get carried away with the spending. So what do you think of my job? Money I loaned him paid for his treatment and supported him through his recovery. That has to come for something, right? Seemed like more of a happy accident to me. There's always our next client. When you're ready, we can be on our way. Yeah, so about the whole other client thing. Bye-bye. I've got room. Let's take an old 4. And then we go over all the freaking way over here. There's always one of these where it's like, you got the ether current. Now continue the quest line. I'm always just like, thanks, but I was literally just after the ether current, so I don't actually care about these people. I do, just not right now. Plan to explore the local area, you may as well make yourself useful in the process. Meeting the spirits. Welcome, traveler. Wonder if while you're out exploring, you might be able to do me a small favor. There's a cave network nearby where my daughter has gone to offer her prayers. She's forgotten the all-important fish oil candle. I would take it to her myself if it weren't for this terrible pain in my foot. Oh, it hurts something fierce, it does. You think you could give her this candle from me? Sounds fishy. Get it? 'Cause fish oil, candle, fishy. Oh hey, this actually would have taken me over to that ether current. The worst part is, I didn't actually try for that joke. Like, I literally was like, sounds fishy to me, you know? And then after I had said it, I was like, fish! I didn't realize that I made a pun. So then I pretended to play it off. Pretended as if I had meant to make the pun. Even though I did not. Oh my gosh, I hate having the freaking slow freaking speed. But at least I, like, did realize that it worked as a pun, and I was like, heck. I'll just go with that, I guess. Sure. Something I can help you with? Fish oil candle, made from a combination of fish oil and aromatic herbs. Has a distinctive yet not unpleasant aroma. If it's fish It's unpleasant. Came all the way to deliver this. I'm awfully grateful to you and my ma for realizing I'd forgotten to bring a candle. See, these caverns are sacred ground, where we come to pray to our ancestors and the more recently deceased. These flames provide the living a way to commune with the dead. Thanks to you, I can light a candle of my own and say a little prayer. Since you're here, maybe you should stand before the flames and offer a few words to your departed loved ones. It doesn't matter where you're from. All spirits are welcome here, living or dead. And now I have to go back. All the way back to the place that doesn't have an aetherite. And that I'm going super slow, even with mount, because I don't have the riding map for the area. Because frick, dude. I know I said it, I think, last stream, but like, I don't mind not having the flight. That's fine. What bothers me is the really slow freaking mount speed until you get the freaking riding mount, the riding map or flight. Especially when they do stuff like this where it's like, run halfway across the map. Cool, you ran halfway across the map. Now run the rest of the way back. Welcome back. I'm guessing you were able to find my daughter, no doubt in her usual spot. She never was one to do things the easy way. You know, as much of a stickler for traditions as she is, she actually worked for the railroad company. Still, I gotta hand it to her. She manages to work towards a promising future without losing sight of her roots. I sure am proud of her. But don't tell her I said that, will you? Wouldn't want her getting a big head or nothing. Well, I'd say me and that daughter of mine have taken up enough of your time. It was awfully nice meeting you. Thanks a million for helping us out. Thank you. Freaking ether current. I'm gonna go back here because I'm 99% sure that there should be at least one more ether current in this area that I haven't gotten yet. And maybe it's not here, maybe it's off in another area, but figure it's easiest to start by going here. And then we can head 478 to the northeast. Which I do realize that I'm not going north. That's because I have this space back here that's not explored yet. And I want to hit that right quick. Hey look, there's the tumble claws. I hadn't even seen them. Like, I saw the tumbleweed crab in the cutscene and I was like, that's like hilarious. But like, I haven't seen anything like that yet. Because they were in a different spot. It was over here where none of the quests took me. That said, if anybody is interested in the new No Man's Sky update, I don't know if anybody is, but still. I have been doing a Patreon early access series on it. It's been fun. I've been enjoying it. I always enjoy No Man's Sky, though. Even when the game first came out and it was legitimately terrible, I still enjoyed it back then. You know? It was boring. And I think I really did only play it for 3 or 4 days. But I did enjoy playing it during that time. I enjoyed playing it during that time as much as I enjoy playing any games, really. So I think also the fact that I had no preconceptions about what No Man's Sky was going to be helped. Hey, it is a lake. Cool. Because, like, I didn't know anything about No Man's Sky before I started playing it. You know? Like, I hadn't watched trailers or interviews or anything like that. I just heard, hey, No Man's Sky, it's this, like, space exploration, like, Minecraft style, you know, thing. And I was like, that sounds awesome. And it was exactly what, it was exactly as had been advertised, at least to me. I'm well aware now that there were many things that got promised that didn't come until much later updates. However, to me, the game was advertised as a Minecraft-like space exploration game. And that's what it was. So I had no issues. You know? Maybe I could have been upset if I had known all of the things that they had promised. I had no concept of it being any kind of, you know, multiplayer game or anything either. So that the lack of the multiplayer didn't bother me in the slightest. You know? It was literally just like, oh hey, you know, it's a Minecraft-like space exploration. That's cool. And I enjoyed it. You know? But also, even when it comes to a game like Minecraft, like, yes, I can play Minecraft for like a week straight, every single day, and basically do nothing else. But if I sit down and play Minecraft for like a week straight, and I do basically, you know, just play Minecraft, then I just don't have any interest in continuing it after that. You know? Because it's like, hey, I did all the things that I wanted to do at that moment. And then I'm not a creative person, so then I have no idea what else to do. And I'm just like, alright, well, time to move on to something else. And that's how I felt No Man's Sky was. You know? I played it for a bit, and I was like, alright, I had fun. Time to move on to something else. Hey, bracelets, thank you. Thank you so much. This is more than just a gift. It's a part of me I could never hope to replace. Truly, Wooklamat is blessed to have such devoted friends. Well, I wouldn't put it quite that way. I prefer to think of us more as long-standing acquaintances. Regardless of how you choose to describe it, there's no denying the depth of your bond, though I'm sure you'll continue to do so. Can't say I'm surprised the deputy chief turned out to be the bandits' leader. I always knew something wasn't right about him. An easy claim to make with the gift of hindsight. And there you are. The real Daybreakers have arrived. I'd like you to meet my two best friends, Quikana and Liwin. If it wasn't for you believing in Zakawa and doing what you did, we'd still be locked up. You have no idea how satisfying it was to see that bastard Wihute put behind bars. We never gave up hope that Zakawa would find a way to get us out. He always was the best of the Daybreakers, and he was able to convince you to go along with his plan. Unfortunately, our group is smaller now, lacking in strength besides. Some outlaws might see us as an easy target. Even so, if anyone should give the Dustwatch the slip, the Daybreakers will be there. We'll train night and day, so no one will get the better of us ever again. Is that right? Right. You'll teach us how you draw your pistols so fast, won't you? Well, we won't need to duel if all goes as it should. But on the off chance it doesn't, we'd best make sure everyone can match or beat my speed. We owe you a great debt, and one of these days I'll be sure to repay it. On that you have my word. Till we meet again. If you'll excuse me, I shall find a quiet place to rest. As I'll be here a while yet, though, do let me know if there's any way I can be of assistance. Or you're not planning to take the train home? Oh, train service has been suspended, didn't I tell you? Oops. You mentioned no such thing. Something about the tracks being damaged in the last quake. Tunnel was closed as well. An earthquake. Must have happened when we were still down south. There have been quite a few tremors of late, and a rather large one struck not long before you two arrived. And only hope no one was hurt. At any rate, if you want to know when service will resume, you could speak with the station master yourself. Let's do that. The station is just over there. But yeah, in regard to No Man's Ski, I have 2 episodes already on Patreon, and I have a 3rd episode that I recorded and will more than likely be uploading and posting by like noon-ish tomorrow. If you're watching this on YouTube, it should already be there on Patreon right now, even. Because these usually end up coming out like 2 or 3 days after. Usually whenever I remember, oh wait, I gotta go actually hit the export button. I think people aren't too happy about the train delays. So, it's probably already up on Patreon.
本当にごめんなさい。今のところ復旧のめども立ってません。
まったくどうなってんだ。こんなところで足止め食らうなんてよ。
まさか君たちも文句言いに来たの？
いや、地震の影響で鉄道が止まってると聞いたんで、復旧がいつ頃になるか尋ねに来たんだが。
そうなんだよね。もう全然人手が足りなくて。地震のたびに線路を点検しに行かなきゃいけない上に、継承式の直後にあったどでかい地震のせいで一部の枕木が破損しちゃってさ。
Ooh. Right after the secession ceremony.
継承式の直後。妙だな。それなら俺たちもトライオラにいたはずだ。町がヨカトラル側にあるとはいえ、 シャーローニ荒野でそれだけの大地震があれば気づきそうなものだが。
なんか変な揺れ方だったんだよね。地震自体はこれまでも時々あったけど、それよりむしろ爆発みたいな。
俺にできることがあれば手伝ってもいいが。
え、
本当に？
本当に？
オタクはどうする？付き合わせるのも悪いし、ここで解散しておくか。
手伝ってもらえるとすっごくとっても嬉しいな。
Sure.
ありがとう。僕はシェンだ。よろしくね。
シェン
早速社長たちに紹介しなきゃ。事務所の中に入って。はい。
Whoops. Freaking hand. Like sometimes I do click early, but sometimes I'm just like resting my hand on the mouse and my finger just like clicks. I guess it's just like twitch and I click on accident. This like I'm Asm. Like this is my thing. You know?
来た来た。
Like this is my
こ
thing.
の人たちが
I'm
今
Asm.
話してた助っ人だよ。
At least I'm
そこの
Asm's,
シュバラール族のおじさん
you
が
know,
ワーリカ社
soul.
長。奥にいるのが当社最高の機関士ニトビケ夫人で、こっちの顔だけいかついのが僕と同期の鉄道技師ダーピャだよ。
手伝い心底ありがてえ。礼は弾むからよろしくな。
Huh?
何？
Nice. Nice. It's the three guy. It's not the three. It's not the three guys from Shadowbringers, but it is the three guys from Shadowbringers. You know, because it's their the versions of them on the source. Would you happen to be a fan of trolleys?
トロッコだ。うちが使ってるのは最新式の製輪機関車だっての。
駅に併設された車庫まで行けば外からでも列車が見えるはずだぜ。
じゃ早速だが、お前さんたちには俺と一緒に木材の調達に行ってもらいたい。破損した枕木を交換するために強度の基準を満たす木材が必要なんだよ。ここらだとパリオーナン浴屋で取れるものが最適だな。あそこで暮らしているヘイザーロ族の一団がいるから、まずは許可を取るところから。
Sorrow territory.
よっしゃ、じゃあ行こうぜ。
I cannot keep the races straight here in Dawntrail. They're just like, hey, let's just change the name of the races for no reason. So no small number live in Celoni. I must confess I've never visited the home of the Hetsero. As they largely live in accordance with older traditions, I suspect they may have a dim view of the railroads. Level 97. As we start to get into the level 96 content, but still. Aaronville is eager to be off to the Pyongyang plain. Come, let's follow Walika. There's another station on the way, so be sure to drop in. The train will be in the depot, but you can still see it from outside. I'm quite taken with the sleek design of the head end myself, so if you peek through the window, you can probably catch a glimpse of... Enough jabbering, Senza. Thanks to these two, we finally have some real work to do, so let's get to it. We'll see you later. Suppose there's no harm in stopping at the station. It's on the way, after all. Yeah, I cannot keep the names of the races on this continent straight. So I don't even know which one the freaking Hetsaro are. I think that's the Mikote, but I don't know. It's just one of those, like, things that just feels like extra work for no real reason. It's like, instead of just calling them the Mikote, you know, they're the Hitsaro because you're crossing the ocean, I guess. I mean, it does mimic real life to, you know, because it's like, yes, you know, we are all humans, but, you know, we would call each other by different names too, you know. Because, like, there's Americans, there's Europeans, there's Asians, you know, Africans. Like, I do get it, but also, like, it was cool in Shadowbringers when they did, like, oh, this is, you know, the same people, but they're a different race because it's a different reflection, and therefore it's, like, legitimately, like, a different world. Here it's just like, we just don't want to use Mikote. You know, we want to make it feel separate. So they're not Mikote. They're Hitsaro. Or, you know, they're not Rogadin. They're freaking whatever the Rogadin are called. And freaking, I'm just like, oh my god, please. Like, please. Like, I don't know these names. I don't know what you mean when you say Hetsaro. I could even be completely wrong. It might not even be the Mikote that's the freaking Hetsaro. I don't know. I legitimately don't. There's our train, though. I don't suppose Choo Choo Charles is in here, is he? I actually don't think I can get into the thing at all. Yeah, they have it blocked off on both sides. So I can't even, like, get in to look at the train. That's unfortunate. I just wanted to look at the train. But I can't even get in there to look at the train. Even if I wanted to. That's cool. Oh, that's just the freaking... That's just the springs. It looks like something else from over here is all. Just because it's farther away and whatnot, I guess. I must confess, train is an impressive sight. How easy it must be to ship goods throughout the wilds now. Right, Mehwatsoan should be to the northeast of here. Let's continue on. Ether current is... What? Yes. No, never mind. I definitely didn't get my east and my west mixed up just now. Nope. Definitely not. I didn't wonder how the heck it went from being 900 to the west to being 400 to the east, because I'm a freaking moron. 200 more to the east, so a little bit further. But this is a good spot to, stop because NPCs. There you are. The village is just up ahead. Truth be told, I've never had direct dealings with the people of Mehwetsowen, but I do know their traditions mean a great deal to them, as does the land. Well, we're about to find out what a head sorrow is, I guess. And I'll be like, oh, so it was these people the whole time. I don't freaking know. Like, are they the Vieira people? Are they the freaking Mikote? Are they the Rogadin? Like, what the... I don't even know. Ah, it's lovely clean air. Feels like a treat after the overpowering ceruleum of Sheshnawezi Springs. Waters nearby are just as pristine. It's a paradise for people and animals both. I'm glad you appreciate the blessings of nature as we do. Ah, hey, it is the Mikote. Greetings, traveler, and welcome. So I was right, actually. I'm Huato. I'm Wado. Hey, Eddie, it's Wado. Oh, man. That was...
I missed something. Can you say it again?
Stop. Hey, I'm Wado. Chief of Mehwetsowen, and this is my son, Shepeto. A pleasure to meet you. I thank you for the warm welcome and apologize for our sudden intrusion. I'm Walika, station master of Dawntrail railing. A recent earthquake has damaged our tracks, and we require timber to make repairs. This is Cassandra and Aaronville, who have volunteered to assist us with the restoration effort. You've a most curious air about you, of oil and steel, tanned leather, and the faintest hint of fresh fruits, but not of any sort with which I am familiar. I gather you are not from these lands? I hail from Eorzea. I'm a traveler of the star. Nice. Truly, I'd love to know more of you and the lands you've seen. I'm told your people hold your traditions in the highest, yet I gather you are curious about those of others as well? But of course, nature is boundless. Sorry, his name's Wano. But of course, nature is boundless, as is her love for her lands and her children. The Hetso in particular have done much to guide our way of life. We're to hunt together to lay our heads. The Hetso teach us all these things and more. It is for that reason I believe that we are attuned to the shifting winds around us. I see. That word Hetso, it means leader of souls in the Hetsaro language, does it not? It does. There are many creatures revered as Hetso among the Hetsaro. Here, we look to the Runique for guidance. However, as you may have gleaned from our use of Etherites, while we are committed to our traditions, that does not mean we reject all outside influences. That said, there are certain things that give us pause. We will furnish you with the timber you require. But first, as neighbors in this land, we ask you to indulge us in a discussion. We'd be glad to, of course. Wonderful. We do not often receive guests come such a long way. And my son is always so delighted to hear their tales. Now, if you'll follow me. I'm betting Solution 9 is the City of Gold. And freaking Jariel, whatever the frick his name was. He went in to the city and he activated it. And the way that he did it made it like move. And I bet you it's going to be, like, up in this area. I mean, it's got to be up here, right? Up in this corner. Since, you know, there's this much space here. So, like, it's got to be up here. So I bet you anything it connects over here. Especially since, you know, the train tracks, they go this way. So, if the tremor damaged over here, then I bet you anything Solution 9 is going to be up, like, in this area. So, I bet I could even go, like, in that direction, and I would see, like, some weird stuff that is, you know, that's probably, like, Solution 9 and stuff like that. So, but I will wait. I have no real reason to go over there, so. I do need to go further to the east. Clearly across the water here. And while taking the long way is probably the long way. And I could probably just get to the current by just going straight east and just swimming, even though it is slower. This is probably technically slightly faster. Not like faster. Just more exploration is what I'm trying to say. You know, we get to see a bit more going this way. And there's ether current. I'm definitely hitting level 100 before we even get to level 100 content. I will probably be level 100 just from hitting like level 99 content. It wouldn't surprise me. But that's pretty normal. So, oh, was that the last one? Hang on. Oh, it was. How about that? I didn't even realize that was actually the last one. Cool. So now we just have the quest currents left. Wow, I didn't even realize that we had gotten that many ether currents. I was thinking we saw like 5 or 6 left. I'm going, man, that's a really small part of the map to hold like 5 more ether currents. Nope, it was 2. That was a whopping 2. I was auto running because I was looking at something. I was looking at a notification on my phone. So. What the? I will speak frankly. We fear the winds of change will soon bring misfortune to the land. The Ronique have made the potential for danger plain. As you may have heard, the temperament has become erratic of late. A stableman near Husatawi mentioned that. Do you know what has caused this? We have our suspicions that others were drawn to this land by Ceruleum. Seolani has undergone a transformation. And the railroads are a part of that. As strong and resilient as they may seem, Ronique are sensitive creatures. The roar of the train as it thunders through the plains may well cause them distress. As my father said, we do not necessarily reject outside influences or innovations, but in this we can't help but worry. Understandably, I thank you for being forthright. The matter concerns not only the Hitsaro, but all of Shaloni. Perhaps we should bring it to the attention of Val Kawana. Val Kawana, you say? We know him only through rumors, but he is apparently... How shall I put this? Hard-headed and aloof, he values technological advancement and efficiency to the detriment of all else. That was how he was. Mind your tongue, Geppetto. Well, there is a grain of truth to the rumors. He is not nearly as bad as they make him out to be. His journeys have changed him for the better. He's a bit awkward, so he tends to get misunderstood. He's a passionate man who cares for his people, like his sister. His journeys have changed him for the better. So in the course of traveling with him, you witnessed him change with your own eyes? Oh yes. Sandra fought beside Val Kawana in the Rite of Secession. I take her word over rumors. You took part in the Rite of Secession? You're that close to the Dawn servants. I was grateful for any help, but had no idea I had recruited a bona fide hero. What can I say? The secession of Dawn servants filled us with uncertainty for the future. There's certainly much we do not know. On this particular occasion, the winds of change are not meant to be feared. No, we must open our hearts and minds and might see Val Kawana for who he truly is. Do you think he might visit someday? Just as his father offered us guidance, I'm hopeful that he will do the same. Thank you for hearing and allaying our concerns. I'm glad we could speak. As for your timber, we have freshly cut logs near the lake. Please, take all that you require. We're terribly grateful. I promise we'll keep the Runique foremost in our minds as we continue working on the railroad. And if needs be, we'll seek Val Kawana's counsel. My thanks again for your time and the timber. We shall endeavor to return the favor. I hope to see you again soon. There's also not a lot of region left for the remainder of the level 96 quests. Get wrecked. There's more than enough timber to fix the tiles. Or the ties. Now we need to transport it to the station, which will be a bit more involved than I thought. Didn't expect we'd be given so much. Mind waiting here a spell while I round up a few more hands in a Ronique. I won't be long. I'm glad that went well, and thankfully it seems we won't need to make several trips for the timber. New weapon! 669! Oh yeah! Good grief with these hiccups. Eye level 669! Titanium Viper. Ooh, they glow too. Titanium Gold Saber Fangs. I'm not gonna lie, they look wicked, dude. I love them. I don't know if I want to keep these or if I want to glam, like keep the glam. Because these look kind of wicked and I kind of love them. The whole, you know, glowing thing is great. But I mean, also like, I really kind of like these ones too. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I legitimately don't know which one I would prefer to have as the appearance. And the land would tremble. Oh boy. Anvil regards the pile of lumber with undisguised wariness. While we wait, we could get started moving the timber somewhere more accessible. Shouldn't take long if we split the work. Deliver the crate of timber to the main road. You'll have 2 minutes to complete the task. Yada 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 yada. All of the things that are the things like they normally are. Hey, Ether Current quest. But like, really though. Maybe I am buff. Like, what the frick is this, dude? Like, what the frick, dude? An entire box full of wood just heaved over top of my head. This would be so heavy, dude. Like, that would be so heavy. That's ridiculous, dude. I should think this will be enough. That was mighty kind of you to move all that lumber. Sorry we didn't make it back sooner. We'll see to the rest. Sure. Once we've repaired the tracks, we'll have you on our first train out of town. Ain't that right, Chief? As much as I'd love to make it so, there aren't any spots available. You'll have to wait for the one after, I'm afraid, but you'll be riding free of charge. It's the least we can do to repay your kindness. That's fine. Namika and no few others were here long before we arrived. It's only right they go before us. I hope you'll stop by and see the train off. It's a breathtaking sight, let me tell you. And Nito Wikwi will be driving. No engineer compares to her. It's always a treat to watch her work. The only work we should be worried about is our own, Shenza. We've still more to do. Find somewhere quiet near the station to pass the time. If there's anything else in Shalona you're keen to see, I'll leave you to it. Four bodies, actually. Just seeing another player hold these is amazing too. But yes, during ARR, you just pick up 4 entire people's corpses and just shove them into your pack. And then just carry them. And do this twice in a row. Like, just no problem. Just pick up 4 entire people. You know? Like, sure, you could say the second time, one of them's a sylph, and so they're tiny. But the first time, you're still picking up 4 full-size people's bodies. It's ridiculous, dude. Ronique Seeker. The distant lowing coming from the far reaches of Lake Toari seems to indicate something is amiss. Well met, traveler. If you've perhaps seen a Ronique calf around here, spotted youngsters south of Lake Toari. Seems like they'd gotten separated from their kin. Tori, maybe? With all the hungry fiends that roam the area, the poor beast doesn't stand much of a chance without someone to protect it. Thing is, I'm just not cut out to defend it from any would-be predators. You, on the other hand, seem more than capable of handling yourself. Would you be willing to seek out the calf and escort it back here in my stead? They ought to be somewhere to the south of the lake. Little Lala has all the strength. Yeah, it's even more ridiculous if you're like playing a Lala character. Because like the Sylph are the same size as the Lala. And so you're like carrying 7 like full size like bodies and just a little Lala. Along with one Sylph, of course, but still it's just like, really? I wouldn't even be able to lift a person myself. And yet here my freaking Lala character can just lift 4 full bodies and shove them into her pack without a thought. The lost Ronique calf eyes you expectantly. Escort the lost Ronique calf safely to its owner. If you fail to defend the calf or move too far away, it'll return to the starting position. Okay, it is following me. Got it. I don't think I used all of the generation skills. I think I accidentally used like one less. I don't think I hit number 4 is what I'm saying. I don't know if I need to, like, be slower at all, or... Like, I don't know how fast the calf here is moving. Oh, yeah. I forgot about Ouroboros. Forgot about my new skill. That's what it is. Jeez. I forgot that they gave me a new skill. I thought maybe I had just missed 4th generation, but I think I had missed Ouroboros. Awesome. I like it. I'm not gonna lie, Viper is a really fun class. Oh, there you are. You've returned the calf. What a relief to see the head so unharmed. Be surprised how often Runic calves go astray. In most cases, they fall prey to some fiend. Such is the way of nature. So if you manage to get there before the fiends and raise a calf from a young age, they make for excellent beasts of burden. Not suggesting I'd go as far as to kill a calf's parents to single one out, yet I do make a point of trying to rescue any stragglers I happen across. The way I see it, that's as much a part of nature as any other fate a Runic could meet. Thank you, Traveler, for bringing this one back safe and sound. I'll do my utmost to care for it. No. I assume they're supposed to be based on, like, buffalo or something. But I don't know. I haven't a clue. Figure I'll grab the last sections of the map here. Oop. Sand nest. Huh. Interesting. Can't get to sand nest. There might not actually be much up here. Aha! Yeah, see, if this is how we get there, they've hidden it behind the cave. No spoilers for us then. It's perfectly fine. But yeah, they've got a little, like, cave up there that you have to go through before you can get to anything else. So no spoilers for us about what is up ahead. Had your fill of the sights? Well, they appear to have almost finished. Upon proceeding, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It's recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Wait for the train to depart from the station? Oh boy. Oh boy. What's gonna happen, I wonder? There's the train.
なかなかの迫力だな。ナミイカさんもあの便に乗ってるはずだ。
列車が通るよ。
お前さんたちのおかげで想定よりも早く復旧できた。本当にありがとな。
やっぱこれだよ。セーリン機関車ってほんと最高。
ああ、走るセーリン機関車は何度見てもいいもんだな。荷車とはスケールが桁違いだぜ。
These are definitely the guys from Shadowbringers, dude. I love that.
線路さえ敷けば列車でどこまでも走れるんだよ。どんどん路線を伸ばして目指せ大陸横断だよね。
鉄道の発展はまだまだこれからだ。実際隣接するヤースラニ荒野までしか開通できていない。俺たちの技術力もそうだが、運用の面でも未熟なところが多くてな。細かなトラブルが絶えやしねえ。だからこれからはもっと改良を重ねながら線路を伸ばす。そしていつか東海岸から西海岸まで大陸を横断できるようにするのが俺たちの夢なのさ。
Yasulani.
すっかり話し込んじまったな。さっきの列車もそろそろヤースラニ荒野に到着している頃合いだろう。折り返して戻ってきたら約束通りお前さんたちの番だ。出発準備は今のうちに。
Uh-oh.
また地震。
おいおい、勘弁してくれよ。
That's not good. Hey, Cass, might want to turn around. Oh, crap! What the frick? That's not good.
乗客はニトビケさんは
あの方角、俺の故郷も。
Well, snap.
とにかく状況確認だ。
That doesn't seem great. What the frick is that thing? That's a ship. That's the ship. What the frick? Need to get back right now. We need to follow that airship. Solution 9? Question mark? Well, this isn't good. What?
来てくれたのか。見たこともない空飛ぶ船と妙な連中が現れて街を襲ってるんだ。今はとにかくみんなを助けないと。
Oh hey, I've seen that armor set before. Seen people wearing that. Ooh, crap. Ugh. Well. What? What the frick? Bakuzaza!
ありがとう。
そんなことよりとっとと逃げな。この場は俺様が引き受けたぜ。お前らは王宮に急ぎやがれ。
たくさんの敵が向かっていったからね。
バクジャじゃ。ありがとよ。
Well then.
これが俺様の新しい生き方だ。ぶっ飛ばされたいやつはかかってこいや。
Yeah, this seems pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, who did? Oh, that's the girl that we saw, like, in the last, like, trailer that they ever released. And she only shows up for, like, a moment in the freaking trailer. And you just go, what? Who's that? What the heck's going on? It's the girl. Hey, he's still alive. I thought for sure he was dead. What the frick? What the frick? Zelda!
ゾラージャ兄さんなの。
あの姿は一体。
こいつはあんたの仕業なんだな。第一王子として親父を支えてきたあんたがなんでこんなことを。
こちらの要求は至極単純だ。トライオラ連王国の解体と全領土の割譲。従わない場合は一人残らず殲滅する。
I could take him.
乱心したのか。
I know, he's probably the level 100 trial.
俺の考えはこれまでと変わりはせん。人々に戦の愚かさを知らしめ、平和を願う心を育むことで、世界を一つに束ねるのだ。
その姿、その力、少し見ない間に何をしでかしやがった。お前、自分のしてることがわからないとは言わんな。剣を向けたんだぞ、トライオラの民に。
But that's a lot of words for one line.
許されると思うなよ。我が息子であればなおさらだ。
おー。
ならばどうするというのだ。
わしが取るべき道は一つよ。武を持ってお前を打ち倒す。
Yeah, just solo him right now. It'll be fine.
待てよ親父、それなら私が。
Right?
手出しは無用。こいつが犯した過ちの責は父のわしにある。
確かに兄さんは強い。それでも今まで一度も父さんに勝てたことはないんだ。
とっくに死んだと思っていたお前をこの手で討ち取る機会を得ようとは。
Very impressive game engine. Maybe he's not the level 100 trial. Did he just resurrect? He cast rays on himself. He just cast rays on himself.
片方の魂が消えても肉体に宿る生命力は2人分といったところか。ならばこちらも追加するとしよう。
Well, this doesn't seem good. Oh! Oh, crap.
Takaが相当こんなものか。
父ちゃん。
お前ごときでは俺に傷一つつけることもできん。
よくもトライオラのみんなや親父はこの国の武王として絶対に許さねえ。
臆病な様子ばかりが記憶に残っていたが、なるほど。ならばこの俺との力の差を知らしめるため決闘の機会をくれてやる。武王ウクラマとお前が持つ最大の力をもってして、そして俺が先代にしたようにこの首を打ち取り武王にふさわしき器だと証明してみせよう。
Oh, crap. Well, I guess we know who our main villain is for this expansion. Woohoo! Oi!
我が軍の艦隊を上空 空に待機させておく。お前がオータルにふさわしきを証明できなかった時には即座に攻撃命令を下しトライオラを蹂躙してみせよう。よく考えて行動することだな。
Well then. Well, frick balls. No, Papa can't die. He can't. Well, frick balls. Oh my lord. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I kinda like it. I kinda like it. No time for tears, while Clemate is struggling to process what she has witnessed. How could this happen? Well, frick balls. Oh, my lord. Like, this expansion has to do something major to really frick up if it's really as bad as people have been claiming. Because, oh my lord. Nonsense. We just need to cast rays once you die. Or, you know, cast freaking Cure 3 or 2. Use lilies. Something like that. Freaking Druacole. I mean, it's freaking Alphino. He's a sage. Freaking Druacole.
俺だってお前と同じくジジイなんだ。そこまで時間は残されちゃいないが。わかった。引き受けよ
う。なあ、またいつか旅をしようじゃねえか。
ああ、きっとな。
ウクラマとこうな。
父。
お前たち、ヨカフイ族の墓は見たな。わしはあいつらの考えが好きでな。
父さん、お願いです。無理に喋らないで。
肉体はいつか終わりを迎えても忘れられぬ限り真の死には至らない。わしの思いをお前たちが受け継ぐ限り
Oops.
だから悲しむな。胸を張って歩め。新たな国の夜明けの道を。
親父。親父。
Japanese voice actors, man. You would never be able to get an English voice actor that could do that kind of scream, man. That's just the way it is. I don't know why, but that's just the way it is. You would never be able to get an English voice actor that could do it that well. Freaking Japanese voice actors, man, though, they're left and right. They're just popping out like nobody's business. Like, oh, you need me to scream in utter freaking sorrow? Here you go. Right. So, Valwar Clement, Valquana, bring word from the city. The enemy has withdrawn and the Landsguard have begun rendering aid to the people. Casualties within our ranks have hindered progress, but we continue to do all that we can. Thank you for the report. Please inform the guard there to prioritize such efforts until further notice. The people, I need to help them. We will assist in whatever way we can, of course. Thank you. Thank you. There's sure to be wounded everywhere, more than I could count. We'll split up and help all of them. You can count on us. Alphano and LSA, could you take Bayside Bevy? And Creel and Aaronville, the palace perimeter. As for Cassandra, please come to the Resplendent Quarter with me. We'll all meet back here afterwards. balls. Frick balls. That's all I have to say about that. There are no other, there just are no other words. Like, legitimately. There just are no other words. This expansion is gonna have to really go off the rails and screw up so badly in order to be worth the amount of anger I have seen. Like, so many people have been so upset at this expansion. And I'm just sitting here going, what the frick, dude? I don't understand. It's been so good. It's been so freaking good, dude. Like, seriously. I just don't see it. Like, I just don't see it. Like, I don't know, maybe this expansion really fricks up after this. But I just don't see it, dude. I just don't see it. This has been such a good expansion, dude. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, it's been amazing. You sounded like that guy when he was dying. Wow. All I did was just got close to the mic and just like pushed my voice as deep down as possible. And then like, just like, I don't even know how to explain like what I do to get that like sound to come out of my vocal cords. But I sometimes get it. Sometimes I don't. I really don't know. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing that allows me to do that. I really couldn't explain it to you. That voice was so deep, that's amazing. That's genuinely me doing that voice. I'm not using voice mod at all. I'm just... Back when I was a kid, I don't know what it was, but I just realized that I could just... And again, I don't know what it is that I'm doing when I do this, but it's just like I just figured out one day that I can do this. I don't know how, but it's one of my favorite things to do. Deep roar. My name is Quark. Like, that last line there, like, that was a reference to Lunar. The first Lunar game, where you meet a dragon named Quark, and legitimately his voice is like, my name is Quark. I am the leader of the dragon tribe. Tell me, adventurers, what is it that you seek? You seek the dragon diamond. Don't you know those are just my shit? That's literally one of his lines. He's like, you walk into the White Dragon Cave and you're like, we've come for the dragon diamond. And Fork's just like, what is it with you humans and your obsession with dragon diamonds? Don't you know that they're just my It cuts off because it's a friggin' 20-year-old game, but it's literally like SHI hyphen, and you're just like, oh my gosh, it's literally his shit. Like, like in the Lunar universe, dragons literally poo diamonds. What the frick? It's just, I don't know. I don't know what allows me to do that. And I can't do a lot at that level. Like, I can get deep down like this, but I can't emote very well. I can't speak in shock without breaking the voice. Like that. See, like, unfortunately, I broke... I still had some of the deep, but I didn't have that, like, grumble, Like, I can't, like, really emote or anything with that voice. But, yeah, I wish I understood what I was doing. I just do it, really. I really can't explain at all what I'm, like, how I'm manipulating anything. I just do it. Another one of the voices that I do, that I just do, I have no idea how I do it, is, oh, yes! This is one of my favorite voices to do. I couldn't tell you what I'm doing at all. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing that allows me to do that, but those two are just voices that I just suddenly started doing. And I have no idea how. And I can't tell you what I do to, like, get to those voices. I just decide, like, alright, I'm gonna do crazy voice, so... This is crazy voice! And then, I'm just back to normal. Just because I was just like, alright, that was the line, and now I'm back to normal voice. And then now I'm in deep voice. Frick balls. Alright, I don't want to stop, but I actually legitimately have to. It is 3:30 in the morning. We've been going for 6 hours. I haven't eaten since before I started streaming, so I need to go eat stuff. And why isn't Frick Balls in a line in the game? Right? Freaking. I was pretty fitting face for most of the situations in the game. Yeah, it really is. Like, You know, I made a joke, you know, when I first did recordings, with Kazumi, and maybe even not even that. The first one, the joke might have been with Lilia, which was the Lalafell I had, like forever ago. But when you're in Ul'dah, some of the characters will, as like an expletive, will be like, "Thal's balls!" And that just made me laugh so hard. Just the characters shouting, "Thal's balls!" I think that one's funny, but no, like, I don't know, man. Frick balls, that's something I've been saying since I was young. Like, I would say at least 20 years I've been saying frick balls. Like, I don't really say frick balls, like, as a regular, like, phrase, you know? I'm not like, frick balls, you know? When I say frick balls, it's because, like, I just have nothing else. It's just like, oh, frick ball, you know? Like, that seed was just a frick balls. Like, there's no other word. There's no other word or phrase for how that scene made me feel. It just made me go, oh, frick balls. Oh, it's getting late. I'm getting loopy. Well, I do hope all of you have enjoyed. That was definitely a frick balls worthy scene, let me tell you. Like, I don't freaking... I know I've said it like 5 times, but this expansion is really gonna have to screw up for me to dislike it. Like, it's been so good, man. It's been so good. I've loved every bit of this expansion, dude. I really have. It's been so good. So, like, and when I say, like, it's really gonna have to screw up, I'm talking, like, BFA or freaking, the Shadowlands level of screw up in order for, like, literally they would have to drop on me just a boss that makes absolutely no sense, that just comes out of nowhere, that they then are like, oh, well, see this boss here that we're just suddenly revealing to you right before you fight them? They've been the one pulling the strings since freaking 1.x. Like, this, they would really, really have to screw up in order for me to dislike this expansion. This has been so freaking good. Oh my gosh. Anyway, I hope you've enjoyed. If you're watching on YouTube, feel free to subscribe. This was streamed live, twitch.tv/Serene Inc. Feel free to come on out, hang out with us, chat, and all that. Come into the Twitch chat, or even leave a comment on the VOD and tell me why you dislike this expansion. Because I'm not saying that you're wrong if you dislike this expansion. I'm just saying I don't understand. Like, I just don't understand. And I'd love to understand. that's the thing that I feel like when I go into near raids and I start talking, because the near raids put me in such a like mindset where in order to like have any level of fun in the raid, I have to basically sit there and be like, you know, I mean, this is this thing and that's that, you know, like, I mean, everybody dies at the end, so we did literally nothing. We literally saved nobody in the, you know, I have to like get that out of my system in the raid. And it's like people would be like, what are you talking about? This is a good raid. And I'm like, please tell me. I want to know. I want to know why you feel this way. I really do. Like, legitimately, I want to know and understand why you like, why you love the near raids, why you hate this expansion. I'm not talking specifically to Scarix or anything. I'm talking to you, the viewer, if you dislike. Sure, people blasted their way through it, did get to enjoy all the things the devs intended. Maybe small things that got overlooked. Yeah, that is entirely possible, that because people were speed running, you know. Like, that's the thing with World of Warcraft. I don't think it matters what they do with the story anymore, because day one, somebody's already finished the expansion. Day one. Because they just click the NPC, they click accept on the quest, and they move on. And they do that for every single thing. And then they're like, oh, well, this was garbage because the story was bad. It's like, you can't say that it was bad because you didn't read the story. It would be like picking up a novel, opening it up to the first page, and then not even like looking at the book, but just flipping through every single page, closing it, setting the book down, and saying, well, that was a horrible story. I hated every bit of it. It's like, but you didn't read it. You didn't. Anyway, that's an argument for another time. So, but yeah, like, legitimately, like, you know, if you're watching the VOD on YouTube, 100%, I want to know. Please leave a comment down below. I mean, don't spoil anything. So, like, if there's something later on that's a problem that you don't like, then obviously hold off. But, like, if you got to where I am and you were like, I hate this expansion, like, please tell me, because I have just, I've loved seeing Wukalamat and Koana grow. I've loved seeing Zoralja become more and more evil as the expansion's gone on, because he's a fucking dick. I loved the twist with Bakuljan. Like, this expansion hasn't been about big epic story thus far. It's been about the growth of the characters. And I've just enjoyed, like, that's what I loved about this expansion, is that it's been about the growth of the characters more than it has been about big epic adventure. And, like, that's what made Shadowbringers so good. It wasn't that Shadowbringers was a big epic adventure. It was that you saw the story of Emmett Selk, and you felt what Emmett Selk went through, and what he lived through, and like, you saw his. You saw Emmett Selk basically go from being, I'm a cool dude, to literally becoming the insane, totally off-the-wall villain that he is in Shadowbringers. And that's what made it so good. This expansion's biggest thing so far has been the growth of the characters, getting to see all of them becoming what they are. And fucking, like, that scene didn't destroy me. Like, some of it, like, watch my Endwalker playthrough and the Heidelin scene. The like going back to the present, and you like see what happened with Heidelin, and or Venat and how she became Heidelin. Like, if you want to see me get destroyed, that's me being destroyed. But freaking, this got close. This got real close to destroying me. Like, I think if that scene had been any more intense, it would have destroyed me. So, anyway, with that, I'll see you all next time. See you later.